Happy Monday, everybody. Happy Monday to ya. Happy Monday. Did everybody have a good weekend? Did everyone? Let me make sure my mic is on. Yeah, okay. I'm always gun shy now that my mic isn't working. Happy Monday. Did everybody have a good weekend? Raise your hand in the air if you had a good weekend. Hubby had norovirus. Yeah, Michelle. Let me see. Let me go up and say hey to everybody. Hey, Michelle. Sweet Michelle. Hello, Donnie. Good morning, Donnie. Good morning, Miss King. Morgana Banana and Margaret. Margaret's still snoozing. Michelle's working and lurking. I love people that work and lurk. Quick question, totally random. Does anyone else go into panic mode when you get a floss pick stuck in your tooth, stuck between your teeth? You can't get it out. Anybody else go into full on panic mode? Or is it just me? I'm sorry. Is it just me? Because I go into full blown panic mode. Hey, Henny. Good to see you. Lovey-dovey. Diamond painting. Yay. Michelle tosses Pepsis and Speed out into the chat. There we go. You got an embroidery kit for Christmas but have not started it yet. Those are intimidating. They intimidate me anyway. Good morning, Patricia. Patricia. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hey, Sherry. Hello. Hello. Clean until my hands are dried out from Clorox. I bet. Yeah, Michelle, that's what I have to do. But then I'm scared to death that I'm going to cut my whole tongue off. It don't happen often, but when it does, full-blown panic mode. Margaret said, no, I never panic when things are stuck. Never. Okay. Why do I not believe you, Margaret? Why do I not believe you? I don't believe you. You understand, Patricia, right? You understand. Then you need thinner ones, Jenny, or just get thin, plain dental floss. I can't just do plain dental floss. I have to have the floss picks. I know. Then quit complaining, right? Anyway, why is it that ready so fast? It's at my fingertips, Margaret. It's at my fingertips. Hey, Jill, good morning. Here, but have y'all in the background as I'm sewing. Oh, wow. I'm not knowledgeable on this case, but I need humans around me as I sew. Oh, well, I'm glad that we're here for you as you sew. What are you making? P. Lola says, OMG, look. Hey, P. Lola. We're here. Yes. Oh, a quilt. Okay, good deal. Good deal. Pretty. Pretty, pretty, pretty. All right, you guys, we're going to get started. We are going to get started. Let me get a swig of coffee real quick. Now that my panic stricken, stuck floss pick in my teeth is not happening anymore. I was able to get it out, thankfully, without having to cut it, but I've had to use scissors, Michelle, before. And like I said, that terrifies me because I'm like scared to death I'm going to cut my whole tongue off. Patricia said I got the smallest piece of glass in my hand the other day from my cracked phone case, and I nearly fainted. Oh my goodness, I have a high pain tolerance, but stuff like that gives me the heebie-jeebies. I nearly vomited. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Now that freaks me out because my case is cracked. And well, I think it started as one crack. It's one crack, but then another crack veered from that first crack, you know? Um, let's get it started. I'm gonna find some clip art on Canva and make my own picture with floss picks. Oh, great! Margaret's gonna make a whole picture of me getting my you know, getting my floss pick stuck in my teeth. Yeah, Jill, kind of spidered, right? Patricia says, be careful, it'll bite you. I know. I can feel the edges of it every once in a while, and I'm like, ooh. I'm good now. My husband picked it out and made fun of me for panicking. I love when my husband comes to me with a splinter in his finger. He's always like, can you get this out? And I'm like, yes, I can. I'm the weird one that's like, let me get it out. Please let me get it out. All right. Let's go ahead and get started now. Let me see. I found it right where we're supposed to start. The judge has a pretty tie on today. I don't know who this older gentleman is on the witness stand because I haven't watched it today yet, but looks like he's taking up a chunk of the day. So we'll get right on into it.
Good morning.
Oh, do you, Henny?
We continue in the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie P. Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. Are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury on behalf of the state?
Ooh, congratulations.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Pilola.
Pardon? I don't know. Okay.
5 down. 50 to go. You got this, woman. You got this.
Do you have the phone number?
Judge already retired, but asked to be allowed to finish this case. Oh, really? I like him.
Hi, you have reached Dr. Gardner. Thank you.
I don't know who they're calling.
You have a better number? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm so glad to see you all. You came back, and I appreciate it so much. You can see we're still having a few problems. That's why we're a little bit late this morning. We're trying to work out all the bugs. Thank you very much for the fudge. I will eat all the fudge that I can get, as you can see, and I appreciate it very much. And don't be despondent that you just got donut holes this morning, because I've decided to declare a pizza day today, and I'm going to have pizza for you for lunch. So you can count on that, and that'll be a little incentive for you to hang around and to look forward to lunch. Doctor?
That's pretty cute. One of the jurors made fudge and brought in for everybody. How sweet is that? And he brought them donut holes, and he's going to give them pizza for lunch. Pete Lola, absolutely, honey. That is no joke. Weight loss is so hard. Oh my God, it's the hardest thing. One of the hardest things people ever do in their life is lose weight. Absolutely. You know what? You know what you deserve for that is some sparkle. Congratulations, P. Lola. I am proud of you, friend. Good job. Good job. Someone scheduled to testify via phone, and they're not answering. They're probably in the bathroom. Right, Patricia? Yes. Patricia said, good job, P. Lola. I'm trying to lose 10 pounds, yet somehow keep finding 5 more. Weight loss sucks. It's hard. Yeah, it is. Aww. I am. I'm happy for you. Tell Margaret they're in there making frog logs. Ribbit. 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 Ribbit.
Is that you on the line? Can you hear me? We can hear him, but he can't hear us, apparently.
Yeah. Hey, Rosebud. Good to see you. Rosebud. Hey, girl. Hey, Crime Cafe. Saw you in the E's last night. Great minds think alike. We're still dealing with the flu here. I want spring. Aw. I hate that you're dealing with the flu. Yeah, Rosebud. I got turned on to the E's, and they seem like a good bunch over there. So, talking about Sebastian Rogers. So, Morgana's like, or Margaret says, Morgana, I'm about to turn over. Everybody hang on to your hats and to your, spot in the chat, because Margaret's getting ready to turn over in the bed, and she's going to be accidentally timing people out and who knows what else. I'm glad you're back, Rosebud. I hope that you all feel better. I'm ready for spring too. I'm not going to lie.
We somehow need to get word to him to pick up the phone. Can you text him?
Don't toss us away. Morgana, right? Don't toss us away. What are they saying?
I'm not sure that he can see us. Maybe he can. Ah, you're
Wow.
moving. Okay.
This is comical. I would speed it up and get to the actual good stuff, but I'm just sitting here.
That's now he does have his phone. Can you call again, Colleen?
Watch the answering machine pick up or the voicemail pick up again. Did I just say answering machine? How old am I? What year am I in?
Doctor, can you possibly mute your Teams link so we don't have feedback?
Can you hear us, Doctor, now?
I can hear you on the phone.
Okay, that's what we're going to do is use the phone for audio.
Okay, our microphone is muted.
Okay.
He said doctor now. Made me think of my 600-pound life.
You can turn the speakerphone on and put the phone down, and we can work it that way.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear perfectly well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
All right.
There's probably a small matter we need to approach the bench on before we take Dr. Dragovich.
All right.
Lord love a duck. Lord love a duck. Okay.
All right, members of the jury, as you can plainly see, we are still on the defense case in chief, and I'd ask Mr. Selden to call the next witness.
Hey, Gina.
I would like to call Dr. Dragovich, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce his first name. I will let him do that.
All right, doctor, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be seated, sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Would you please state for the court your full name and how you spell it?
I am Ljubisa Jovan Dragovic. That's Ljubisa, middle Jovan /Dragovic.
Okay, his mustache is epic.
Where do you work, Dr. Dragovich, and what's your title?
I I work in the capacity of chief forensic pathologist and chief medical examiner for County of Oakland in Michigan. And I work here in this building. This is my building, building 28 feet in Oakland County Government Complex. And this is one of our conference rooms for this purpose and other purposes of meetings and or whatever other needs.
Now, from your testimony, you're a doctor. What areas are you designated as a doctor? And by that question,
All right,
do you have
Morgan.
the title of a
All right.
neuropathologist?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm a physician, and I graduated back 49 and a half years ago at Medical Faculty, University of Belgrade. And I went through multiple training as far as pathology. I trained in anatomical pathology, board certified by the American Board of Pathology. I'm board certified in neuropathology by the American Board of Pathology, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology by the American Board of Pathology. Those occurred back in 1982, 1985, and 1987, respectively.
Are you licensed to practice in any states?
Yes, sir. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Michigan, and I'm licensed in the state of New York, where I originally obtained my license back in, I believe, 1982.
I believe you said you were board certified, and once again, for clarity, what areas are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomical pathology, in neuropathology, and in forensic pathology.
Thank you. Do you have any publications, or have you authored any publications of any kind related to your field?
Yes, in both fields, both neuropathology and forensic pathology. I've done some original research papers with some of my associates over time, and I have also authored several chapters in textbooks addressing the areas of the neuropathology of trauma in infants and children, and in the textbook of essential forensic neuropathology. Also, I have authored the chapter in sharp force injury and separate chapter in blunt force injury in an international textbook of forensic pathology.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, over time, I've been involved in various capacities. I've served as clinical associate professor at the Department of Neurology at Wayne State University Medical School in Detroit, Michigan, from, I believe, somewhere in 1988 to 1987 through a few years ago when I effectively resigned because of the geographical distance that became a problem, because my office is about 25 miles away from the campus of the University Hospital, and I basically could not run there, attend to the rounds and teaching sessions, and continue my work here, my day-to-day work here in the city of Pontiac, where my office is.
Okay, now, you mentioned your day-to-day work. What is that day-to-day work?
My day-to-day day-to-day work is medical legal investigation assessment. That is a statutory obligation, and my position here is governed by the state statutes. The state statute is called the Medical Examiners Act of the State of Michigan, and it requires me, among other people who are involved in this, to open up medical legal death investigation and any sudden suspicious or unexplained death that needs to be addressed at any given time. The purpose of that is to establish the cause, why someone died, and the manner of death, how death came upon this person. So those are the two critical issues that ought to be addressed as compliance to the statutory requirements, and also to review those findings to paper. Over time, of course, we have electronic database and everything, but we still follow the letter of the law here and review things to paper.
All right. And in your job as a medical examiner and also a forensic pathologist, you conduct autopsies, do you not?
Yes, I actually conducted 6 of them over the weekend. 4
Okay.
on Saturday and 2 yesterday.
All right. Can you estimate, and if you can, fine, if you can't, can you estimate approximately how many autopsies you've done over your career?
I can't, but roughly it will be in thousands, because I've been in this line of work for almost 40 years, and in the earlier days, when I worked in Detroit for County of Wayne, I was very, very busy. I remember that in 1988, I performed approximately 1,200 autopsies that year only. So it was in those days, many years ago. It was 36, 37 years ago now. But things have slowed down, and obviously I moved to a different jurisdiction. But bottom line would be thousands. How many?
All right.
10,000, 1,000, 8,000. I can't tell, because I don't keep track of that.
That's sufficient. As a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist, have you testified in any trials?
This is the first this week, but yes, in a direct in person, in local court, district court, circuit court, throughout the state of Michigan, and coast to coast, from
Hey, Mary Lou.
the east coast to west coast, and down to
Good to see you, Mary Lou. I hope y'all are safe over there. And kind of the same here. We don't have much snow, but we still have some snow, and it melts and then it freezes right back over. So
Alabama and Louisiana and Florida and wherever I was subpoenaed or requested to come in and to provide the interpretations that may be needed.
All right. Your Honor, I submit at this point that Dr. Dragovich is to be certified as an expert in the fields of neuropathology and forensic pathology.
Mr. Truman, Ms. Acorn, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept him as an expert.
All right, Dr. Dragovich is considered an expert in the fields of forensic pathology and neuropathology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Hey, dog mom. Glad to see you're back at it and feeling better.
Dr. Dragovich, did you prepare a report for this court in the case of the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. I would like to submit this report as an exhibit and whatever defendant's last number is.
It'll be defendant's exhibit number 11, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just count the pages.
I didn't remember.
Oh, goodness, Mary Lou, right? Uh,
Now, Dr. Dragovich, because of the wonders of technology, I cannot hand you this report, but do you have a copy of the report you submitted? At the top, it's identified in the top as Oakland County, Michigan. And there's various information there, including your name and Chief of Forensic Pathology. It's dated January 6th of 2025. And do you have that report, which numbers 3 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you questions related to this report. All right?
That's fine.
I want to set this here so I don't forget it.
Okay.
Now, on page 1 of that report, and if you would, follow along with me. At the bottom, it has a section called Materials Reviewed. Would you please tell this court what materials you reviewed in preparation for this report and your testimony?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Number 1 would be Heredity General Hospital records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 2 would be Charleston Area Medical Center records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 3 would be a report of the postmortem examination, case number WD-2019-3671. Michael Cochran, deceased, issued by Piotr Kubicek, MD, on September 3rd, 2019. Number 4, the autopsy photograph. Number 5 would be report of re-examination and examination of the remains of Michael Cochran, deceased, performed by Dr. Paul S. Zuriga, MD, on July 11th, 2023. And then medical report of Diane R. Krieger, MD, based on record review issued on April 13th, 2023.
Do you believe that the totality of those records informs you enough to make an informed decision and to give your opinion and testimony here today in this case?
Yes.
On page 2 of your report,
Yes, sir.
you have a section titled Brief Case Synopsis and Issues to be Addressed. Would you give a brief synopsis of this case as you understand it and the issues you were to address?
Well,
Oh,
this is
the original Dexter series, Michelle, or the new one? I've been watching the new one, which is the prequel. It's been pretty good. I'm not even gonna lie. Pretty good. Dog Mom, I had not heard that, but I tell you what, I'm sure Tanika will be all over that. 100%. Can't wait to see that or hear about it.
fortunate death of a 38-year-old man who was a bodybuilding enthusiast, and based on the information, that took an excessive amount of the clomiphene sulfate supplements that he purchased in Mexico.
Aha, Michelle.
Subsequently
Okay.
developed seizures, and that same day, which was February 6th, 2019.
Be safe, Mary Lou.
And lost conscious or lost his
Jeez.
balance.
Going to the Super Bowl.
During a fall at home, then became.
Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
Did this information about the circumstances come from your review of the medical records?
This was the account provided throughout and matched with other accounts from the records and from the authorities as well, I believe.
Okay.
Because that was the statement provided by the spouse of Mr. Cochran.
Right. But what I'm getting at is you have, strike that. That's sufficient. Thank you. Would you please go on with your synopsis?
He was taken to a local medical center and emergency room, and subsequently where he was documented as suffering from hypoglycemia, and then he was taken to Charleston area medical center for continued treatment, but in the comatose state. And then because of the profound encephalopathy, he was transferred to hospice care and pronounced 5 days later, that is on February 11th of 2019.
What is encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, in simple translation, means suffering of the brain. And encephalopathy can be caused by various unfavorable factors that may negatively affect the brain function. So it might be lack of oxygen, it might be lack of glucose, might be traumatic encephalopathy where there is interference with adequate blood supply to the brain, or various toxic encephalopathies upon exposure to either poisonous gases or poisonous substances in so many different ways. There may be also endogenous encephalopathies from in a person suffering of urine syndrome.
One moment. What's endogenous? Would you explain that to the jury?
It's hard to understand in Michelle, I know.
From alien organs from within the body, which generally would happen as a result of liver failure and kidney failure or combination thereof.
Okay.
They can also come from various other endocrinopathies, meaning the diseases of endocrine system, diseases of the gland with internal secretion that control our metabolic functioning day to day in any of our
Same,
think that encephalopathy,
same, Michelle. And the problem too is that the closed captioning is not great either. Ah,
has occurred in this
he
case.
would, Margaret.
Mr. Cochran.
Yes.
Uh,
I 100% see that. Yes, yes, yes. She said, give this guy smaller glasses and a banjo, and he'd be Grandpa from Hee Haw. Oh my God, you're so right. Oh, that's the truth.
Brain
Mhm.
from from a physical examination of that brain.
Well, it would be based not on not so much on inquiry, but the fact
Oh, Hee
that
Haw. I miss it
there
too,
is
Michelle.
disturbance of consciousness, and that was the critical part that was documented throughout. That Mr. Cochran was first of all brought from one site, one hospital in semi-comatose state to another hospital where his unconsciousness.
Okay, so can I interrupt you there for just a moment? So it's a combination of your physical analysis of the body as well as his history, which is contained in the medical records. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, but primarily the fact that there was loss of consciousness and continuously occurring, deepening, and finally being complete, and leading to life support and hospice care.
Can a person have an anatomically normal brain and still have seizures?
Of course, the seizure activity is an abnormal electrical activity, and oftentimes in individuals who have cellular level problems or very localized problems with the brain tissue, there will be creation of abnormal electrical activity without necessarily identifiable focus physically. One examines the brain and does not find any such reasonable substrate, as we call it, or change in the tissue to account for a occurrence of abnormal electrical activity that we refer to as seizures. However, in many other situations, that is possible and that can be clearly identified. So you can go either way depending on each and individual case. Every single individual on this planet is slightly different than anybody else, and one cannot generate some statistical projection about one person vis-a-vis the other person until there is complete examination and a full assessment, a full examination of this person's brain.
Okay, now I have another question at this time. Can a person suffer a brain injury without external signs of injury? For instance, can a person lose consciousness, fall to the ground and not have an actual observable injury on the outside of their skull?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Now, in this case, Mr. Cochran had seizures. That's documented in all the records, correct?
Yes,
from your review of everything in this case, could Mr. Cochran have had seizures due to unknown medications or body enhancement drugs in his system?
Of course, it's possible, because there are quite a few drugs that can create compromised brain function and actually start the abnormal electrical activity.
Okay. You talk about in almost the middle of page 2, you say that there were vague circumstances that triggered the investigation into Mr. Cochran's death, exhumation, and autopsy in September 3rd, 2019, the first autopsy. Could you explain or elaborate on what you mean by the vague circumstances?
Well, there was somehow generated a suspicion that the demise of Mr. Cochran was not what was represented at the time of his demise, and then the investigation was opened up, carried out, and ended up with an exhumation of the remains.
Okay, now, the first exhumation was done September 3rd of 2019.
Correct.
Mr. Cochran passed away, I believe it was somewhere around February. Sorry, do you remember the date that he passed away?
Yeah, Big Lambert, yeah.
Okay, February 11th of 2019, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So the first autopsy was done 7 months after Michael Cochran's death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this autopsy was done by Dr. Kubitschek, who was the West Virginia medical examiner. Did you review Dr. Kubitschek's report of the autopsy and exhumation?
I did.
Was Dr. Kubitschek's ultimate findings and conclusion that the autopsy findings themselves were inconclusive and the cause of death was undetermined and the manner of death was undeterminable?
Yes, sir.
What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is anatomical finding in the body or on the body that explain why a particular individual died. This may be the finding of an infarct, finding of blockage of the major blood vessel or the coronary blood vessel, major bleed in the brain, tumor with metastases that stops the vital function of the body, a wound by firearm, wounds by sharp force, injuries by blunt force like 2x4 used to hit someone's head, and et cetera, et cetera. So a demonstrable, understandable autopsy finding, anatomical finding within the body or on the body of a particular person.
So is it your job as a forensic pathologist to look for the anatomical evidence of why someone dies, the cause of death? Is that your function? One of them.
Yes, it is. That's the basic function, and it is in the most most statutes throughout the union. It calls for a forensic pathologist or medical examiner or coroner to establish the cause of death based on such endeavor.
Just as an aside, what exactly is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a public pathologist. Word forensic comes from Latin word for, which is a place of public gathering, and in such way it depicts a forensic pathologist, whether a man or a woman working in that capacity on behalf of the public and being called upon to interpret any such finding for the benefit of the public, like in a court of law or in the media or any place where such need exists.
So there's some degree of interpretation in this, which is based on your medical knowledge. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
What is the manner of death? What does that term mean?
Manner of death is how death came upon a person, meaning the physical circumstances combined with those findings on the body or within the body. And there are worldwide 5 categories of manner of death. There's a natural death, where there are causes from within the body that result in someone's death. Then there is homicide, where there is death resulting from a purposeful act of another person or person. Then there is a very narrow category of suicide, where death is the result of purposeful act by self and self only. If anyone else is involved, it's a homicide again. Then there is accident as a category of death, where death is the result of untoward effects of someone's act or action, acts of nature, floods, fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, or a person driving a car at a high rate of speed and impacting another vehicle, causing death, or striking a pedestrian somewhere where death results as an untoward effect of death.
Untoward effect of what? You kind of faded out there.
I didn't hear you, sir.
You said an untoward effect of something, and what did you say? You kind of blurted out there.
Untoward, the unpredictable, untoward effect that cannot be interfered with or something along those lines. So, like I said, these are something that for the most part, the result of basically unwilling or unwanted result of someone's act or action.
Okay. Now,
and there is also a last category that provides the opportunity for forensic pathologists to say that they don't know, and that's the undeterminable manner of death.
so undeterminable means They've looked at everything. They can't come to a conclusive determination of the manner of death, so that's called undeterminable, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you may have covered this in your explanation, but as to manner of death, it's how death comes upon a person, including the physical circumstances surrounding that death. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I want to concentrate on the term homicide. Okay?
Okay.
Would it be a true statement that in determining homicide, which is one of those categories that talk about the manner of death, that homicide, if that's a forensic pathologist's conclusion, it has to be demonstrated by their findings, not assumed? Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
And when I say demonstrated, that is the actual physical findings, and that's the only possible conclusion. Would that be true?
Yes, sir.
I believe towards the bottom of your page, you're talking about the Michael Cochran's nervous system. Okay? And you talk about, and this information came from Dr. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. That information that you described was from the first autopsy done by Dr. Kubitschek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you summarize or describe your description there, or Dr. Kubitschek's description, in layman's terms, so we can understand it? I'm not sophisticated enough to actually understand all of these terms. Can you dummy it down for me?
We are talking about the brain of Mr. Cochran at the time of autopsy, the first autopsy, after the first exhumation, and the report says that everything is fine, that the hard covering of the brain are intact, and the soft coverings are thin and delicate, and cerebral hemispheres are symmetrical, meaning that the parts of the brain are fine. The description basically is referencing the standard appearance of a normal brain when it is taken out of the cranial wall.
Okay.
However,
I want to ask you specific questions on that. Okay?
yes,
Dr. Kubitschek essentially says that Michael Cochran's brain on autopsy was normal. Do you agree or disagree with that?
well, I have to disagree with that because this was a decomposed brain. We know it was decomposed brain by the photographs that were provided from that examination.
Okay,
So-
and I want to ask a specific question there.
Yes, sir.
a person's brain on autopsy after death. And after 7 months of death and burial, what would you expect that person's brain to be? And by that, does the decomposition affect the brain so it shrinks?
A decomposition means falling apart. The tissue is disintegrating. The tissue is breaking up completely. So the brain itself gets fluidy and falls apart. So it is not the same as when it's freshly removed from someone's cranial ball, someone that has passed away within hours prior to that or within a couple of days prior.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question there. Would a decomposed brain that's falling apart, would that be expected to weigh less than a normal brain?
Well, probably it will, and it's a relatively low to mid brain weight. I cannot say specifically on the account of the documented brain weight, but it has the tendency to decrease the actual brain weight and to blur the distinction between the gray matter and the white matter of the brain, which would be the areas to look for any changes in a history like this, in this particular case.
Okay, now, it was documented in the medical records that Michael Cochran had, I'll call it an enlarged brain. Do you recall that?
Yes. Swollen brain.
Swollen, expanded.
Yes.
Would these results that Michael Cochran's brain appeared essentially normal, even though it had decomposed over 7 months, would that be likely to confirm that he had an enlarged brain or swollen brain prior to death?
Well,
Would it be an
we
indicator?
cannot.
Would it be an indicator?
It's not a situation where you can make an inference from the decomposing brain about something that is being reported objectively documented by radiographic imaging.
Okay, all right, so you can't really make that determination based just on the post-mortem autopsy. Wouldn't that be correct?
Well, it's not on this post-mortem examination.
That's what I'm getting at. This post-mortem autopsy.
Of course not, because of the inevitable change, the breakdown of tissue throughout the human body over a period of 7 months.
Okay. Is the timeliness of an autopsy important in conducting your medico-legal investigation of someone's death?
Yes, sir. It is of critical importance.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement that in Michael Cochran, his body, which was examined 7 months after death, was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings such as infection, pancreatic tumors, and in doing a complete toxicology report? Is that a fair statement? It was too decomposed for those things.
Well, it has to be, the answer has to be slightly decomposition definitely creates a serious impediment. However, sometimes one can find presence of a tumor because tumor tissue is not sometimes as conducive to falling apart as the rest of the normal tissue. So there are exceptions all the way, but as a general proposition, the decomposition of the remains is a major impediment for adequate diagnostic findings.
And in this particular autopsy of Mr. Cochran, the decomposition made it pretty much impossible to determine if he had such things as pancreatic tumors. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, it would be a fair statement, and I concur there with the conclusion of the doctors that performed the autopsy, the first autopsy at the time.
And is it true that the pancreas, under normal circumstances, provides the body with insulin?
Yes, it's specific parts. The pancreas, the islet provides beta cells from the pancreatic islet provide insulin for the general functioning of the body.
Now, if a person has pancreatic tumors, that affects their production of insulin. Is that a true statement?
Well, different tumors of pancreas give different, basically different effects. There may be a tumor of the islet cells, like that we refer to as insulinoma, that can provide large amounts of, or abnormal amounts of insulin to the body. Now, there may be cancer of the head of the pancreas that may break down the pancreas completely and cause pancreatic necrosis as well throughout. I mean, there are all kinds of variable possibilities.
I want to concentrate on this particular analysis of Mr. Cochran's pancreas post-mortem. Now, as a general proposition, insulin controls the body's blood sugar levels. Is that true?
Yes.
Would you explain what hypoglycemia is?
Hypoglycemia means, in translation, low circulating sugar in blood.
Okay. So some sort of pancreatic disorder in a normal person produces insulin, which controls the blood sugar. And if the blood sugar in the body is low, isn't that a definition of hypoglycemia, HYPO?
Yes.
And is it also true that when a person dies and decomposition sets in, that the pancreas, being an organ, an internal organ, is one of the first things to decompose?
Well, yes, because pancreas is also very active exocrine gland producing prostaglandin enzymes. And when the circulation stops, those cells break down and those enzymes leach out, and there is rapid, basically rapid autolysis and decomposition of pancreatic tissue.
Okay. And as a general proposition, internal organs, of which the pancreas is one, are the first things to break down or decompose post-mortem.
Well, it depends on the rate of preservation due to the ambient temperatures and other factors. But if you're looking at something that, like in this case, this will be the likely pattern of relatively progressive decomposition of internal organs and tissues primarily, and by that meaning the internal organs, and then ultimately what is left of the skin and subcutaneous tissue, and then the bony skeleton, because that lasts the most.
Okay, so internal organs break down first, then the external skin, things like that, and then last is the skeletal system. Is all of that correct? Okay. Did Dr. Kubitschek, in his report, mention anything about embalming?
No.
I want to kind of switch gears here and go into a discussion of Dr. Uribe's findings and his reports. And you address those at the bottom of page 2. All right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Uribe's exhuming of Michael's body and his subsequent report is based on the exhumed remains of Michael, which took place July 11, 2023, about 4 years after Michael's death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you comment on the greater or lesser extent of Michael Cochran's body? Was it more decomposed, less decomposed, or the same as when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination?
Well, certainly the decomposition progressed, and one would expect it to progress over so many years. And I believe that good Dr. Uribe said that the samples of decomposed human tissues cannot yield any reliable analysis.
Okay. So there was less to work with, less to examine in terms of toxicology, things like that, than there was about 3 years before when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination. Is that correct?
Well, I would say that there was nothing good, no good information coming from Dr. Kubitschek, and there could not have been any better coming from the second exhumation and autopsy that Dr. Uribe did.
Would it be a fair statement that when Dr. Uribe conducted his examination and findings, Michael Cochran's body was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings. Again, of infection, pancreatic tumors, and doing a complete toxicology.
Yes.
Dr. Uribe goes through his examinations, his reports, his reliance on other reports, especially Dr. Krieger's. And he comes up with Michael Cochran's death was a homicide. Can you comment on that?
Well,
Let me ask you, first of all, according to your examination of everything, do you believe the evidence obtained through autopsies, reports, etc., would substantiate a finding of homicide as opposed to undetermined or undeterminable? Do you think Dr. Uribe was correct, or do you think Dr. Kubitschek was correct?
I sincerely believe that Dr. Kubitschek was more correct because he did provide the objective assessment and provided also the delimitation of forensic pathologist capacity to make a determination on the basis of nothing. I think Dr. Uribe tried to marry the report with, again, negative findings, completely negative findings from both autopsies, and made a claim of he might have believed what he said. However, for every such belief, there ought to be a factual evidentiary substantiation.
Okay,
In order to-
let me stop you right there. So, any manner and cause of death has to be substantiated by what? What did you say? Objective, objective clinical findings, correct?
Anatomical findings,
Okay,
because we're talking of the autopsies here.
all right.
So, objective, demonstrable anatomical findings that are tangible and understandable to everyone, leaving no doubt.
Do you believe that Dr. Uribe's opinion that the manner and cause of death are substantiated and resulted in a homicide, do you believe those findings, those ultimate findings in Dr. Uribe's report are based more on assumptions than the objective findings that you talked about?
I believe that there are no objective findings to substantiate Dr. Uribe's determination. That his opinion is an attempt to bridge the gap of the unknown, and that bridge has to be created properly so that there is complete responsible understanding of everyone that is to use such a report.
Is Dr. Uribe's report and opinion based on acceptable anatomic and toxicological findings?
No.
So it would be your statement that Dr. Uribe's findings as to Michael's death being a homicide, quote unquote, was not based on actual anatomic and toxicologic findings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In the middle of the page, you discuss Dr. Krieger's report. And her investigation, reasoning, etc., resulted in her finding that Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia, in her opinion, was due to insulin administration, and she classifies that as a strong possibility. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Does the basic medico-legal requirements, do they require accurate determinations of the cause and manner of death that are not based on a definite maybe, as Dr. Krieger states, but rather on a threshold beyond reasonable doubt? Isn't that the correct standard in this report?
Well, it is because we're talking about death investigation, and also the discrepancy is, as I pointed out, Dr. Krieger is a phenomenal clinician, but Dr. Krieger is not burdened by the duty to define the cause and the manner of death. So the option that she provided is, in all fairness, a good suggestion for furthering the investigation, but the buck stops with forensic pathology, and the person has to provide to the public textual evidence as far as the cause of death and textual evidence about the manner of death. Because the administration of insulin being a strong possibility can come as a result of self-administration, administration by someone else, and then administration by self for the purpose of other things like bodybuilding and other combination of various substances, and resulting in accidental outcomes.
And her report doesn't include who might have injected this insulin, when it occurred, or how it occurred. Would that be a fair statement?
It's a fair statement, but we have to understand that Dr. Krieger is not in the business of examining dead bodies.
Okay. On page 3, there's a paragraph that begins, when classifying the manner of death as a homicide, you state one has a professional obligation to substantiate that determination by reasonable, tangible evidence as someone's purposeful act. Would you explain the rest of that paragraph and your findings?
Well, there has to be evidence about anything, and then that evidence has to be interpreted in a reasonable manner for everyone to understand. For example, it's very simple to say, well, gunshot wounds was the cause of death, and someone discharging the purposefully, obviously, that's a purposeful act of firearm, caused it. Then you have a reasonable conclusion of the homicide and a reasonable demonstrable evidence. If someone takes a 2x4 and that's someone's head and they die, then you have blunt force head trauma caused by 2x4, has obviously a demonstrable purposeful act because someone passed someone's test, or if someone had a knife and stabbed someone, thrusted the knife into someone's body once or multiple times, that's a purposeful act. If the individual dies of bleeding caused by that sharp force injury, it's very simple and demonstrable. But in a case like this, there is no information about all those critical circumstances, and one cannot make a certainty about the claim that there was injection, was it self-injection on to render someone dead, or self-injection to render someone more powerful, build up the greater muscle or something like that, which first would be a suicide, second would be an accident, or injection by someone else, about what we don't have any evidence that would be a homicide. And if we have to be certain about that before we issue a reasonable, congruent forensic opinion. And forensic opinion is a critical document that can provide the basis for further legal action or for no further legal action.
So in summary, do you believe Dr. Uribe's conclusion that Michael Cochran's death was a homicide is the correct conclusion?
If it cannot be substantiated, and he could not substantiate it by physical evidence, then it's not correct. And it is under a grave degree of doubt.
Okay. So you agree with Dr. Kubitschek that
Am I the only one about to fall asleep over here?
findings and conclusion is that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable. Would that be a fair statement?
At this point, yes. And at the point of exhumation performed 7 months later, as they did
Me
at the
too,
time.
Margaret. Me too.
I don't know what the results might have been had the autopsy been performed a day or two after his demise.
But as we sit here today, after reviewing everything, do you believe
Right, Henny?
Michael Cochran's death was the manner and cause were undetermined and undetermined?
Yes, sir.
Just as an aside, now your report is coming about 5 years after Michael Cochran's death. Would it have made any difference or been any benefit to exhume Michael Cochran's body a third time after all this passage of time, so that you could personally?
Oh, good point,
conduct
Miss
the
King, right?
autopsy? Would that have been of any benefit at all?
If I believed such a thing, I would have brought it up a long time ago whenever you called me to ask me to look at this case. But I don't think that would be just a waste of resources for no good purpose, no valid purpose.
So that wouldn't change any of your findings that you've testified to today? Would that be good?
That is correct.
Have all of your findings and the testimony you've given here today, do they meet the standard of others in your profession?
I firmly believe so.
They're to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If there were questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Members of the jury, we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else.
Before the jury left, but I did not actually, Your Honor, I probably should have done this before the jury left, but I did not actually move for the admission of Dr. Dragovich's report. I would like to move for its submission at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defendant's number 11 will be admitted into evidence. Doctor, we're taking a 10-minute break, and you're welcome to take a break too and to wander away from the camera. Just be back, if you would, in 10 minutes.
Okay, just a heads up, guys. I will be going right now to kiddo's virtual math lesson. And will be gone for about 30-ish minutes. So I'll keep my eye on the chat in the stream, in case they need to, zip on through. I overslept math class. Go without me, says Margaret. Oh, okay. Well, I was going to make sure that you had your, backpack and your shoes on the right feet. And your warm, soft gummy bear in your pocket. Yeah, I know. I'm getting out of this dude's testimony. Brr. Snooze fast. All right. I'll see you guys back in about 30-ish minutes. Behave yourselves. Behave. Good morning, Billy.
Are there any matters that
Good
we
morning.
need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing with defense, Your Honor.
Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Bring in the jury. You're still with us, Dr. Dragovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Hold on to this. We'll discuss it.
Very well. We continue now with cross-examination from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Dragovic, can you see me and hear me okay?
I can hear you,
Okay.
sir.
In your report, you stated that Michael took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that right?
I couldn't hear this part. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay. In your report, you stated that Michael Cochran took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that correct?
yes.
Where did that information come from?
From the materials that I reviewed. I believe that was the account that, was provided by his, spouse.
Okay. Were you aware that that substance was tested by the FBI?
Again, it's something I've learned. Was I aware of what?
That substance had been tested by the FBI?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. That hasn't been established yet. There's no reference to what substance, how it was achieved, anything about the specifics.
Your Honor, that has been established. It has been brought into evidence already with both of the FBI gentlemen that testified here. And you heard Lieutenant Bledsoe testify that he received that bottle from Donna Bolt, who advised that she received it from the defendant.
Objections overruled. Pose the question again so that the witness can hear.
Dr. Dragovich, were you aware that the bottle of eclomiphene citrate provided by the defendant was tested by the FBI?
No.
So you were not aware that that bottle was actually found to contain letrozole and not enclomiphene citrate?
No. Yes,
Your Honor,
that's correct. That's correct. I do not.
In
May we
your
approach the bench, Your Honor?
All right. Certainly. All right, let's continue now, please, Ms. Acorn.
Dr. Dragovich, in your review of the records, did you see any evidence that indicated letrozole or even enclomiphene citrate overdose or usage?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
And where did you get the information that Michael had a seizure?
From the hospital, right?
Do you know where that initially came from in your review of the records?
Well, it would be also from the account that the spouse provided at the time of the bishop's trial.
And were you aware of any seizures being observed in the hospital setting?
It seems to me that there were some, but I don't remember specifically every page from the medical records, man.
That's okay, I understand. It was a lot of records. Did anything in the medical records substantiate that Michael had a seizure that you recall?
Again, I don't have the materials in front of me, so I can't recall specifically. There was multiplied reference of encephalopathy, but it seems to me that there were references to seizures, either as historical, being presented at the time, or happening there. But I cannot. It's all blurred now in my mind. I'm sorry.
Okay. In your report, you stated that there was evidence that Michael had a head injury. Is that right?
Yes, that was also from the account upon arrival to the hospital.
Was there any evidence that you recall in the actual medical records that indicate that a traumatic head injury had occurred?
No, that was not addressed in the medical record.
And in your report, you also stated that the defendant was the one who took the deceased to the hospital. Would it surprise you to know that that was not accurate based on the testimony we've heard?
I lost the couple of words there. It got blurred. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Sure. In your report, you stated that the defendant was actually the one who took Michael Cochran to the hospital. Do you recall that? I think we might be having some connectivity issues, Judge.
Are you having difficulty hearing the question, Doctor?
No. I'm looking at my second page there, and yes, that was my impression that Natalie Cochran brought him to Raleigh General Hospital emergency room.
Would it surprise you to know, Doctor, that based on the evidence we've received, the defendant actually allowed Mr. Cochran to lay on the couch for 7 to 8 hours, and a friend actually transported him to the hospital later that day?
That may be the case. I mean, I was not there. I only put what I read was the information I had in order to kind of gain what was happening at a time.
We'll go back into the medical records. Your report indicates that Mr. Cochran's initial blood glucose at Raleigh General was 76, followed by a next reading of 24. Is that right?
Yes.
However, the evidence actually indicates that the initial blood glucose on arrival was 21. So where in the records did you locate that information?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I know for the fact that there were references to low blood glucose. And when what particular level was at the time of particular hospitalization, I cannot recall now.
Doctor, did you review the MRI of Michael Cochran's brain that was obtained at CAMC on 2/8 of 19?
No, but I read the report and there was evidence of encephalopathy there.
In that report, isn't it true that the diagnosis was actually diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy?
Yes, that was written in, yes.
And what does that indicate to you, doctor?
I'm sorry?
What does that indicate to you, that diagnosis?
The diagnosis indicates that there is a hypoglycemic encephalopathy, and that's the point of organization of trying to treat the condition and also to find out why and how this encephalopathy occurred.
Doctor, in your professional opinion, is a blood glucose of 21 compatible with life?
It may or may not be, depending on how fast one reacts to correcting this level of circulating glucose.
And just very briefly, was it your testimony that, just so I understand, that tumor tissue would decompose more slowly than normal organ tissue?
Well, certain tumor tissues that are so-called solid tumors in certain tissues and organs of the body may be undergoing slower decomposition because they're harder than the surrounding quote-unquote normal tissue. So that can happen. And I've seen that in my practice pretty regularly. I've seen extremely decomposed body of an individual falling apart, and yet tumor nodules sticking out because they decompose slowly. It depends on the nature of the tumor.
Now, Dr. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were not given the benefit of reviewing one another's reports prior to creating their reports, but you were able to review both of their reports in creating yours. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were hired by the defense, is that correct?
I was contacted by the defense. That's correct, yes. And they asked me to.
It's not a trick question, doctor, I promise. I'm not trying to trip you up in any way. Were you compensated for generating a report in this matter, or will you be?
No, I was not. I am certainly not compensated for the time here because this is my taxpayer's time, and my government will send a bill to the lawyers for today. But I think I had about 14 to 16 hours of time put to this, so that was obviously my work after hours. So I will bill for that at my government rate, which is $250 per hour.
Now, when you were creating the report that you generated in this matter, did you initially provide defense counsel with a draft report?
I believe I sent a draft to see if there was added to it.
And did you make changes to your report based on commentary that you received?
Your Honor, please note an ongoing objection to this line of questioning.
Very well, it will be preserved.
I am not sure that I made much, in a way, some typo errors because my secretary, made some typographic errors, but there might have been something added. I will have to look back and try to compare that, and give you the exact answer. But substantial changes, no, of course not.
Is it true that you were asked to go into more detail as to how Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were wrong in that draft report?
No, let me explain something. I don't believe that I ever said anything about Dr. I don't want to butcher her name, Krieger. Dr. Krieger's report is clinically accurate report. I have no arguments with that report. Well, I have no arguments with Dr. Uribe except for his opinion. If Dr. Uribe, who is my colleague, presented any tangible evidence, I would have not have any opposing opinion. But you know, there wasn't anything, and a forensic pathologist is there to interpret evidence. If there is no evidence, there is nothing to interpret, man.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like this to be marked as the state's next exhibit.
It will be State's Exhibit number 32, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would also move for the admission of States 32.
Thirty-two is the draft.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any further objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a moment. I object to the admission of this exhibit.
All right, I'll admit it over the defense objections, and I'll preserve the defendant's objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dragovich, in your professional opinion, what killed Michael Cochran?
I don't know.
So you don't believe that the profound hypoglycemia or the swelling on his brain caused by the hypoglycemia contributed to his death in any way?
I'm going to object to the form of that question. There's no evidence that his hypoglycemia caused the swelling of his brain. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Your Honor, the diagnosis on that MRI is diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy.
I'll overrule the objection. You may continue. Ask the question again, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Dragovich, the question was, you do not believe that the decedent's profound hypoglycemia or the significant swelling on his brain caused by that hypoglycemia led to his death.
I would think that's one of the components, but why and how it happened and what the proximate causes are have not been defined whatsoever. So the autopsy did not reveal anything along the line, and it did not show that on brain examination that there was anything but decomposition changes according to the autopsy report.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have no further questions.
You're welcome, man.
Redirect, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have just a moment?
Sure.
Your Honor, procedurally, I believe that I would like a continuing objection to the last state's exhibit, the alleged draft report. And I believe that there were questions as to whether Dr. Dragovich had received it, what information was exchanged, and Dr. Dragovich, at this point, has not seen this particular exhibit as entered by the state. I believe procedurally, he would have to see this exhibit before we proceed further on it.
Well, he referenced it in his testimony, and I've given you a running objection. I've preserved your exceptions, and I'll continue to do so.
All right, first of all, I would like to get the state's last exhibit.
All right, it should be up here with the clerk.
Dr. Dragovich, I'm going to ask you some questions on this last state's exhibit, which is stamped draft on it. Okay?
Okay.
And I admit that I prepared this, or you prepared this draft report. I received it and I made some notations on it. Given that, I'm going to go through these alleged changes. I circled your initial submission date of December 12th of 2024, and I asked you to change the date to January 6th of 2025 because that's when you submitted your final version of this report. Would you remember that, or does that seem correct to you?
Yeah, that seems correct, yes.
Okay. On the second page of this draft report, I circled a date that you had listed as February 16th, 2019, as the date when Michael Cochran's seizures first started around noon. I corrected that because that was an incorrect date. I notated that the correct date was not February 16th, but February 6th of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that was a typographic error on the back of my type here.
Okay.
They're trying to type up a load of record daily, and these things happen. So anything that's wrong tends to be corrected.
Okay. And I circled the word ALL and pointed out that was a typographical error. It should be FALL for fall, not all. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In one line, you're talking about some information that was relayed. You put your client, and I circled that and asked you to clarify it to Natalie Cochran. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. In the second paragraph on that page, I circled a representation in that report that Michael Cochran's suspicious circumstances of his death triggered an investigation that resulted in an exhumation and an autopsy, and you had 8 months. I corrected that to 7 months. Was that correction proper?
Yes, sir.
On the last page, in the third paragraph, you end that paragraph with the word infant. I circled that and put a notation to admit it. Michael Cochran was not an infant. Is that correct?
Yes, I was puzzled by that word, but, I didn't want to go back to my secretary and criticize her for putting a word that didn't belong. But at the end of the sentence, I don't know, maybe she was citing several reports simultaneously, who knows?
Okay, and that correction, you said it was because your secretary maybe was in a hurry, whatever. That doesn't change the substance of your report at all, does it?
No, those are the typographic errors. They are, I suppose, inevitable when one does the work. Only people that don't do anything do not make any mistakes. Mistakes tend to be corrected. That's it.
Okay. And in the next to the last paragraph, you're talking about Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe's mischaracterization, or their findings are not credible or well reasoned. I simply made a notation in that paragraph and I asked, can you go into more detail as to how Doctors Uribe and Krieger are wrong? You did make that representation in your report earlier, did you not?
I did.
Okay, so am I asking you to change your report? Am I asking you to do anything that would affect your conclusions?
No, sir.
As to your eventual final report, do any of these changes affect your conclusions, the validity, anything in your reasoning?
Absolutely not, sir.
All right.
You were not present when there was witness testimony or Doctors Uribe and Dr. Krieger gave their testimony. You didn't hear any of that testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. There were some questions directed about the enclophamine vial. I submit that that enclophamine vial was given to the FBI by Michael Cochran's mother, Donna. Does that information change anything in your report or cause you any concern about your conclusions?
No, sir.
And it's
Oh, hey, Steph. Sorry. I saw your message, but I couldn't, or not message, but I saw your chat. And I was in the middle of Jolie's virtual uh, math lesson. So I had to wait until I got done with that. I'm so sorry, honey. Love you. Yeah, Steph. Gina is a long time uh long time person in the DP world, right? She's been there a long time. We love you. Lots and lots of hugs and kisses. And I'll say a prayer for you. Okay. Now that I got her and her math lesson done, I'm gonna go get her not a nap. Why did I say nap? A snack. Probably because I need a nap anyway. Sorry, I'm trying to get caught up on for all the love and hugs. He's been getting lots of affection, trying all the foods he wasn't allowed to have. Nearly bit my hand off for a McNugget. God love him. Love you, Steph. Love you. Margaret, it does, right? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Miss King said, Steph, I feel for you. It's so hard. I just had to do the same about 2 weeks ago with my 15-year-old dog. Let him have everything, said Michelle. Yeah, pup cups, cheeseburgers, everything he wants. Everything and anything he wants. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, I'm going to resume the video, and then I'm going to run and get the kiddos a quick snacky snack. And I'll be back in a moment.
True, is it not, that Michael Cochran's
wow.
medical records contain previous seizures that occurred in October 31st through the first week?
I think they're close to getting ready to go on. I don't know if it's another. Well, it looks like they're going on a lunch break. So, I'll run back in here. How much further is it from now? Where are we at? Like 2, 4, like 5 minutes from now is when they need a break or go on lunch. I mean, can Grandpa be done now?
Week or two
I
in
hope
November.
so.
That's documented in the medical records, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I believe there was some mischaracterization about Natalie Cochran driving Michael to the hospital and some misrepresentations about that. The testament.
To characterizing the prosecution's questions as mischaracterization and misrepresentation.
Sustained.
The previous testimony that in this case shows that although Natalie Cochran herself didn't drive the car to the hospital. She was in the car with Michael, with other people, when Michael was taken to the hospital. Would that information change anything in your report and your conclusions at all?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Where, oh, where are you tonight? Why'd you leave me here all alone? Was it say something, searched the world over and thought I found true love? And then I want to be, what's his name? Is it Roy? Whenever he blows in the jug, you know, she was gone. I might have got the words wrong on that. I don't know. But cute. You met another and you were gone. Roy Clark. Yes, Roy Clark. Goodness, I miss that. I said this a while back on the channel, a few different times. But whenever I was little, my mom would always have these old straw hats, you know, just for decoration. Back in the 80s, whenever everything was Country Living magazine, you know. And I would always act like Minnie Pearl and have like the tag hanging off my hat. All right. I'm waiting for them to go to lunch so I can scooch past this so I can go get the kids something to eat. Oh, yeah. Just a couple more minutes and then they'll go to lunch.
Dr. Drakovich, there were some questions by the prosecution about who hired you, who's paying your bills, etc. Would it interest you to know that Natalie Cochran's representation
Country
is court
living.
appointed and the state of West Virginia would be paying any of your billings? Do you understand that?
I did not know the particulars. There's no difference whatsoever.
I love that show
Criminal
too.
cases, I apply for my
Oh,
time after hours, my government rate. My government rate is $2.50 per hour, and for this testimony, you'll be getting an invoice from my government for these several hours, and for the rest of the hours, I'll be sending you the invoice for that same, based on that same rate.
Would any of the questions on cross-examination change your conclusion that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable?
No, sir.
And in answer to the prosecutor's question, what killed Michael Cochran? You simply stated you don't know. And all of that reasoning is in your report. Is that correct?
That is correct. And consequences are also correct in the medical record and in the radiographic imaging. But the cause and the manner.
They put Margaret.
On the basis of that.
I have no more questions.
Anything further, Ms. Acorn? All right. Any reason to hold Dr. Dragovich?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Where
All right, come up, please.
tonight? Where? Now I got that song stuck in my head.
Early lunch break. If all goes well, your pizza will arrive a little bit before noon, so you'll have a few minutes to get ready for it. And this will not be cheap pizza. This will be top-of-the-line pizza from Pasquale's for your enjoyment. And there will be several types of pizzas to accommodate your various tastes.
Wow.
So, it
Fancy
will be along,
pantsy.
and we will have the bailiff deliver it to you in your jury room as soon as it arrives. Just be patient if you would. We'll start up at maybe 15 to 1, and that'll give us some time to relax for lunch. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and you may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Mm-hmm. All right. So they're going to go enjoy them some delicious pizza. Pizza. And we are back, Henny. I'm hoping we have a wee in the chat. I need Henny's wee.
All right.
He
other
does
matters
take
to
good
take up
care
at
of the
this time?
jury. I like that. There's Henny's wee. I know, Margaret. I want to be a juror today. It's sprinkling outside. I'm scared. What do I do? Margaret don't know what to do. You'll melt. You better watch it. You know, because you're sweet as sugar. You just as sweet as sugar. You'll melt right away. Michelle said stay inside. All right. Now that they're back, I will now go and get my children some food. I don't know what it's going to be quite yet, but yeah. Oh, Margaret said she's going to go eat some more birthday cake. That's what she's going to do. You guys, now I feel horrible. Hold on a minute. Hold on. You guys, we celebrated QB's birthday last week. Now, yesterday was Margaret's birthday. Okay? But now that it's like now that it's Margaret's birthday over here on YouTube, we are going to sing her a birthday song. We are going to sing her a birthday song. Ready, Margaret? Are you ready? Are you ready? Ready? Okay. Here, hold on. Let me get my gavel, my Gale gavel. My Gale gavel that I will sing into. It doubles as a microphone. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Put a birthday hat on her picture. I should, right? Here, I've got Steph's, y'all remember when Steph sent me these pineapple boxes for, yeah, I keep this handy. It doubles as a birthday hat. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Margaret. Happy birthday to you. And many more on Channel 4 and Scooby-Doo on Channel 2 and all the rest on CBS. You're not over the hill, so you can still Netflix and chill. At when it turns 6, you can watch Netflix. I forget. Was there any more? Was there any more? And you're not late with it. It lasts all week. There we go. No, not all week. It lasts all month. It lasts all month. Well, actually, I mean, yeah, I guess it would last all week because it's the 27th now. All right. So she needs some sparkle. She needs some sparkle. Da, 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 da. And just because, hold on. Oh, we can't go without this one. Happy birthday, Margaret. Ooh, that was mean, wasn't it? Here, you can have one of these too. There you go. She says, I'm finally 112. It was mean. No. Michelle cuts cake for the chat and passes it around. There we go. I saw it was cute. Her cake, they were like the little mini bundt cakes. So cute. All right. All right. Now I'm going to go get my children some food and big eyes for your birthday. Yes. Big eyes for your birthday. What, baby? All right. Now she's informed me that she wants some milk. So I'm going to go get this for her and get me some coffee. And I will be back momentarily, but I will resume the video. Ooh, nothing bundt cakes. Yum.
Thanks, Your Honor.
All right, bring in the jury, please, bailiff. All right, we continue with the defense case in chief. You may call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Zachary Halsey.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Halsey. As you probably know, I'm Stanley Selden. I'm one of the co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran. First of all, what is your full name, and would you please spell it for the clerk?
Zachary Tyler Halsey, Zachary, and then Halsey is Halsey.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Access Health in Daniels,
How long have you worked there?
approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your title?
Family physician.
Are you licensed in the state of West Virginia as a family physician?
Yes.
Approximately how long have you been licensed as a family physician?
Approximately 7 years, plus then 3 more for training. So roughly the 10 years.
That's fine. Do you have any certification as a family practitioner?
Yes, through the American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians.
And briefly, what's your training as a family physician? Briefly.
So I had 3 years of family practice training also at Access Health.
Okay. Are you familiar with Natalie Cochran as a pharmacist?
Yes.
And how do you know her as a pharmacist?
She also worked for Access Health as well as gave lectures occasionally for the residency program.
Okay. And if you would speak up a little bit, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I
And
got you.
speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you. Approximately how much contact did you have with Natalie Cochran in her capacity as a pharmacist at Access Health?
Approximately 10 to 15 times, probably somewhere like that.
Okay. And over what period of time did that occur?
4 to 5 years. I don't remember when the exact end of the work part was.
Do you know how long Natalie Cochran worked at Access Health as a pharmacist?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February 5th of 2019.
Okay.
And I will inform you and everybody else that was the day before Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay.
Sure.
Did you have occasion to see or treat Natalie Cochran on February 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Did she make an appointment?
Yes.
Why did she make an appointment with your office?
On that day, she was having some flu-like symptoms, cough, congestion, shortness of breath, things like that.
Did she complain of body aches?
Yes.
Did you test her for flu and possibly strep?
Yes.
Do you recall what those results were?
Those were negative.
And that doesn't positively rule out those ailments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you give her a shot or a prescription on February 5th of 2019?
No, not on the 5th.
Did you at that day or the next day give her a steroid burst shot for inflammation and other symptoms that she was expressing to you?
It was an oral steroid, but yes, on the 5th.
Okay. does possibly that a steroid increase the body's blood sugar?
Yes.
As a physician, would it be advisable for Natalie Cochran to take insulin to lower her blood sugar if that was the case?
It is possible to take insulin to lower blood sugar. Yes.
Okay. And just to sum up, on the 5th, February 5th, 2019, she simply didn't feel well.
Correct.
Okay. I call your attention to February 6th, 2019, the next day, and that was the day of Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran on that day make an appointment and come into Access Health?
Yes.
Why?
On that day, she had been having some nausea and vomiting overnight.
Was she still complaining of the previous symptoms?
Yes, they were still present.
Was she, or did she ask for, or was she retested again for the flu?
Yes, she was.
And again, what were the results?
It was also negative at that time.
And again, that doesn't absolutely prove she had the flu. It's a test to indicate that.
Sure.
Okay. On February 6, 2019, what treatment was she given that day?
On that day, she was given an injection of promethazine as well as a prescription for oral promethazine.
What's promethazine for? What's it used for?
It is for nausea.
According to your recollection, what time did she come in on February 6th, and approximately what time did she leave?
It was approximately, somewhere between 8 and 8:30 that she was there, and left, probably around 9:30 to 10, somewhere through there.
Okay. Was she there in the early morning for when you opened up?
Yes, so we open at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, on these 2 days, did you have any reason to doubt Natalie Cochran's sincerity about being sick?
No.
Did you conclude that she was sick?
I felt like she was sick at that time, yes.
And as a licensed family physician, if you didn't think she was sick, you wouldn't have prescribed or given her promethazine, right?
Correct.
Because you don't give medication to people that aren't sick or you think they're sick.
Right.
Okay. Now, is one of the side effects of promethazine sleepiness?
It can, yes.
Given that promethazine can cause sleepiness, given Natalie's symptoms and complaints, would you deem it advisable for her to travel, say, on a plane, go to meetings with bankers, etc.? Don't know how long they're going to last. Or would it be more advisable, or would you recommend that she go home and go to bed?
I would certainly say if you're not feeling well, especially with vomiting, to go home and stay in bed.
Now I'd like to kind of change things up a little bit. Did you ever treat or have Gavin Davis as your patient?
Yes.
Did you know that Gavin Davis had an insulin pump for his diabetes type 1 disease?
Yes.
How does an insulin pump work?
So it will secrete insulin based upon the body's needs of how much glucose is in the body.
Is it possible that an insulin pump can run out of the insulin in it or malfunction?
Yes.
How do you fill an insulin pump? Can it be one of two ways? You attach a vial of insulin to it, or you directly inject the insulin?
Yes. That's accurate.
What type of insulin was Gavin Davis's pump filled with?
His was rapid acting insulin. I believe it was Humalog.
Humalog Lispro insulin, right?
Yes.
Once Humalog insulin enters the body, either by the pump or by injection, how long does it take it to start to work?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
How long is it active or working in the body after it's introduced?
4 to 6 hours, somewhere through there.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran was a diabetic specialist?
Yes, she was in that role with Access Health.
Did you know that the Davises, Gavin's parents, especially Jennifer, designated Natalie Cochran at one time as an emergency contact for Gavin if they couldn't be reached in an emergency?
No, I do not know that.
Would it be reasonable to have a backup supply of insulin if an insulin pump failed or needed refilling?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable if Natalie Cochran was a neighbor of the Davises and at one point an emergency contact for Gavin? Would it be reasonable that she keep a supply of Gavin's Humalog insulin at her home?
It would be reasonable if it was Gavin's. Yes.
And would that be further reasonable if Gavin Davis often visited there or ate food at the Cochran's home?
It would be reasonable.
Now, a person afflicted with diabetes type 1, when they eat food, you have to carefully measure what food they're taking, carbohydrate intake, etc., so you can regulate the insulin to control the blood sugar that comes from their eating. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Now, is it your understanding that in a diabetic, insulin works to lower blood sugar?
Yes.
Because diabetics, most of them, don't process sugar like normal people. They have an excess of high blood sugar in their system. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Does insulin work to lower blood sugar when it's introduced in the body?
Yes.
Now, wouldn't you believe that if a licensed pharmacist would have access to or be able to get insulin?
I think it would be reasonable that they would know how to get insulin. Yes.
I need a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe that's the extent of my direct examination, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
Few questions, Doctor. There's been a lot of discussion about reasonableness of having Gavin Davis supplied with insulin at the defendant's house. And your answers were that would be reasonable. But if that wasn't the stated reason why that insulin was in the house, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it would for a house that has non-diabetics?
Sure.
Okay. If you were shown a message from the defendant to Jennifer Davis saying she was going to borrow a bottle for her own treatment, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it was to have insulin in her house?
Yes.
You were also the treating physician for Michael, or the primary care physician for Michael Cochran?
Yes, at one time.
Okay. You're aware of his allergies?
Yes.
And he was allergic to benzodiazepine?
I believe that was in the chart. Yes.
Okay. And he was also allergic to some of the medication you gave to the defendant on February the 5th, right?
I believe so.
Now, the defense asked you about steroids and how that could increase blood glucose, and insulin would counteract that. And those were fair questions to ask.
Yes.
As her primary care physician, were you treating for any kind of cancer?
No.
I'll object to that, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I would have been here like 30 seconds ago to speed through here, but I'm eating cheesy popcorn. Cheese popcorn. It's really yummy. Really yummy.
Truman.
Doctor, as her primary care physician, were you ever treating her for cancer?
No.
Did you try and verify her statement to you that she was diagnosed at Duke by having cancer?
Technically, no.
Okay. When you say technically, go ahead and
It was
explain.
so we were trying to refer to Duke. It was, there was an office visit where cancer was discussed, and then we were trying to refer to Duke for that.
Did you ever get any results indicating that that was correct?
No.
So from your perspective, you were never able to verify the defendant's statements to you that she had been diagnosed with Duke with cancer.
Correct.
You tried, correct?
Yes.
And Duke provided you with nothing.
Right. We never got records from that.
Nope. Doctor, the defense asked you about February 6th, and I'd like this marked for identification, please.
States Exhibit 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification is states 33. Take a moment and glance at that for me, please. Doctor, what is states 33
That is the visit from February the 6th.
of 2019?
Yes.
And on the bottom of page 2, oh, I'm sorry, not the bottom.
Okay.
What does that indicate that you provided in the way of medication?
So that was the injection of promethazine as well as the oral tablets for promethazine.
So the defendant got an injection and that was administered at your office on the morning of the 6th of February 2019, correct?
Correct.
But you sent her home with some tablets as well.
Yes.
Or are they tablets or capsules or
The ones in the chart here says tablet, so
tablets?
they can come in both.
Okay. Doctor, if it was a patient was allergic to the particular substance that you'd been talking about, what would be the anticipated reaction?
It varies depending on the severity.
I believe he needs to be more specific as to what substance he's referring to.
Fair enough. Hand you what's been marked as states 33 and call your attention again to the medications that day. Let's talk about the injection. That would have taken place in your office, correct?
Correct.
Now, the tablets that you sent out,
Yes.
that's if an individual patient was allergic to that particular substance, what would you anticipate the reaction to be?
Again, depending on the severity, it can be as simple as upset stomach, rash, just feeling ill.
I'm objecting. And again, I believe we need to approach the bench.
Okay. All right, ask the question again, please, Mr. Truman.
We were discussing the likely reaction from a physician's point of view to an allergy to the particular medication you prescribed that day. And you couldn't be specific, but you were telling us in general terms what you might anticipate.
Yes, it could be anything from just nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, things like that, all the way up to potentially anaphylaxis.
What's that?
So that is when essentially your throat starts to close, can't breathe, and can potentially be fatal if not treated.
In between those two extremes, would passing out be a possibility?
Unlikely to be a allergic reaction side effect there.
Okay. Move for states 33 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states 33 will be admitted into evidence.
Could I have just a moment, please?
Indeed.
Let's go back to the defendant in your treatment of her. Review of her chart indicates you prescribed Xanax for her.
Yes,
What is that?
that is an anti-anxiety medication,
And part of the family known as what?
benzodiazepine.
And in fact, you had a prescription from just a few days before that for her, correct? For that?
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't keep all your patient stuff in your head?
Not that far
Um,
back.
If those records do reflect that she filled a prescription a very few days, early days of February 2019, you'd have no reason to doubt that.
I would not have reason to doubt that.
I think that's it. Hmm? Doctor, thank you. The state has no additional questions. Dr. Halsey.
All right, redirect Mr. Selden.
Can I take just a moment?
Yes.
One additional question while
Go
we're
ahead.
thinking about it. Did on February 6th of 2019, did you prescribe any medication for Michael Cochran, or was it just the defendant?
Just Miss Cochran. I did not see Michael as a patient that day.
Thank you.
So I guess from the cross-examination, you're familiar with Natalie Cochran's medical history.
Yes.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran had a history of heart problems and that she had heart surgery in September 2018 at CAMC?
I'm aware that's in the records, yes.
And the records reveal that she had a problem with the electrical impulses in her heart, that her heart beat too rapidly, and that was what caused her to have heart surgery. Is that correct?
I believe that to be correct.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran, oh, and let me ask you, when someone has heart surgery or they're going to undergo surgery, they do a vast number of laboratory tests prior to the surgery and even after surgery.
In general, yes.
were you aware, or does it appear in Natalie Cochran's records, that CAMC had done lab tests in connection with the surgery that revealed that Natalie Cochran's white blood cell count was low? Do you have any knowledge of that, or does it appear in the records?
I don't have knowledge of that since that was prior to establishing with me. So I can't answer that.
So would you have any knowledge that as a result of those lab tests, Natalie Cochran was instructed to undergo further laboratory tests?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, since the door's been opened and I feel the need, I have to go into it. I want to address Natalie Cochran's possibly having cancer, okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran make an appointment with you or your office at Access Health on January 15th of 2019, approximately a month before Michael Cochran's death?
Yes.
Did she make that appointment because she had some suspicions as to whether she may or may not have cancer?
My understanding was that she was told that she did have cancer and that we were trying to proceed with that.
And you don't know specifically who or what entity told
Correct.
her that, right?
Correct.
Okay. In her appointment, did she tell you she had made an appointment with the Cleveland Clinic to discuss the possibility of her having cancer, and specifically leukemia, which is a low white blood cell count?
Yes, at the time we were advised about an appointment with Cleveland.
Okay. Did she formally ask you to refer her there, or did she just give an indication she'd already made an appointment?
Just an indication.
Did you discuss her symptoms and why she suspected she might have cancer?
We had talked about various symptoms at the time. Yes.
Mhm. And in those discussions, she told you that she was always sick, always tired. She had cough and congestion that went on for a long time. She had body aches, and diarrhea, and symptoms similar to that.
Yes.
Now, did she call your office the next day, January 16th of 2019? Did she call or make contact with your office?
I believe that was the case. Yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, Natalie said that she had to cancel her appointment with the Cleveland Clinic because of insurance problems and coverage and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
So subsequently, because she didn't actually was seen at the Cleveland Clinic, you don't have any records from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Correct.
Did Natalie ask for, and did you give her a referral to Duke University for possible further cancer diagnosis and or treatment?
Yes.
Do your records reflect, or do you have any knowledge that Natalie Cochran was on a waiting list to actually confer with the oncology department at Duke University?
I would be unaware of that.
Were you aware that she and Michael Cochran drove down to Duke University to go through the emergency department because it was so long for her to get to the oncology department?
I do know that there was an ER appointment at that time.
Okay. Did you receive or get any records from Duke University?
Just from that ER appointment, and I think there may be some cardiology appointments in there too.
Okay. Now, because of Michael Cochran's subsequent death in February of 2019, the investigation into the fraudulent schemes and Natalie Cochran having problems from that, we don't know at this point whether or not Natalie Cochran indeed has cancer. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
A moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let's see. Now, isn't it also true that Natalie Cochran left your care in March of 2019, so you don't have any further knowledge of her care, treatment, etc.?
Correct.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about Michael Cochran's supposed allergies, and you don't know from your review of those records whether those were actual allergies or side effects of medications. Isn't that correct?
That's true. I wouldn't have put I believe those were put in prior, so I don't know what the reaction that he may have had with those was.
Thank you very much.
Other questions, Mr. Newman?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
As Michael Cochran's primary care physician, you never treated him for diabetes, did you?
No.
Because he didn't have diabetes.
True.
You never prescribed insulin because he didn't need insulin.
True.
Back to the defendant for a moment. Any information that you have as her primary care physician was only what she told you in terms of cancer, correct?
Correct.
And you made efforts to refer her to Duke, correct?
Correct.
Ask this be marked as 34, please.
State's Exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whoops.
Holy cow. I was sitting here and I kept thinking, why am I so cold? Why am I so cold? Granted, yeah, I have on a t-shirt, but I was like, why am I'm like freezing all of a sudden. And I get up and I go into the other end of the house to check the thermostat, and my back door is standing wide open. When I took my little break to go fix them something to eat, I had let Poppy out to use the bathroom. Well, I must have gotten you know, my brain not about me for a couple seconds and didn't shut the door all the way to whenever I let her back in. And yeah, the door was just standing wide open. I don't know how long it was standing wide open for, but I'm thankful I was in here eating popcorn because Poppy was sitting right at my feet and, waiting for me to drop a piece. Otherwise, if I hadn't been sitting here eating cheesy popcorn, she could have very easily flown out the door and, right? I'm like, why is it so cold in here? So now I got the door shut. The furnace is running. And I got a blanket wrapped around me here and big fuzzy blanket wrapped around my lap. Just brr, 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 brr. All right. Mm-mm-mm. I love popcorn, but it's also such a pain in the butt, right? I'll be flossing for hours now.
Dr. Handy, what's been marked for identification is stage 34. Take a look at that, please.
Okay.
And in there, it addresses your attempt to refer to a specialist, which was Duke, for the defendant's alleged cancer.
Correct.
What'd they tell you, Duke?
That if she did not have a diagnosis of CLL, that they would not see her.
And did they come up with a diagnosis of CLL?
I never received any records from Duke.
Move stage 34 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. It is admitted.
Dr.
Hey,
King,
Sheree.
I have no further questions.
Anything?
Hey.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to take possession of that case number 34.
Okay.
This document purports to be information about Natalie Cochran's referral to Duke University. Was that correct?
Correct. That would be a phone note.
What is CLL?
It's a form of leukemia.
Which can be indicated by a low white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
It can be, yes.
Now, this document clearly says that someone from Duke University called and I don't know if they called you or Natalie.
It would have been-
It just says they called and stated they don't have records backing the diagnosis for CLL, and they won't see her, right?
Correct. That would have been between the referral nurse and my nurse at the time. The referral would.
And because Natalie Cochran was investigating whether she had CLL or any other form of cancer, she would not be able to provide those records. Isn't that true?
That would be true.
She didn't get an appointment at the Cleveland Clinic for the reasons discussed. Now Duke is saying, we need records that show you've already been diagnosed with CLL, or we can't take you, right?
That's correct. That's what the note says.
And you didn't have any of those records which definitively would diagnose Natalie Cochran as having CLL, right?
Correct. Correct.
Because she's investigating, right?
Correct.
She's trying to see these people.
Hey, Donnie.
They're telling her they can't see her in the oncology departments because they already need proof that she has CLL, right?
Yes. Yes.
Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
That's medicine.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Oh, unfortunately, I do. Doctor, the circular logic of that is this. She told you the month before that Duke is who diagnosed her with that, didn't she?
I believe it was from CAMC, not Duke. Duke came later.
And you never got your records from CAMC either.
No.
Wouldn't a primary care physician be aware if his patient was being treated for cancer?
We would hope so. We don't, unfortunately, we don't always get records.
Don't always get records, but usually you would have something to indicate that your patient had cancer.
Generally, we would have those records.
Almost always, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Briefly.
Okay.
You don't have anything in your records that says CAMC said she had CLL, just that she might have it because of her lowered white blood cell count. Isn't that right?
The only thing in the chart that I would have for that was the notes to my nurse and myself at the time during that first office visit.
And once again, I'm sorry to belabor the point.
He's trying really hard to get him to say what he wants him to say.
She suspects she has CLL because of conversations with CAMC or some other hospital or entity. She wants to be referred for further diagnosis as to whether she has it or not, right?
So I think the very first visit, she had already had apparently an appointment with Cleveland. So that didn't involve us. And that she was telling the nurse at the time that she was informed that she had CLL. That's what the
what
note
nurse
says.
informed of
My
you?
nurse at the time.
You don't know if Natalie said, I'm pretty sure I have CLL and I want to be further diagnosed or treated, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation. That was
Okay.
6 years ago.
did you or anyone from Access Health or any of these other entities, especially Duke, contact CAMC to get the lab results that indicated to Natalie Cochran she might have CLL?
I know that we would have, I can't speak for other entities, but I'm sure that we would have tried to get the documents from them.
But you didn't get them.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Okay.
Now I need to get states 34 again.
Very well.
And I need just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
So Donnie, she's saying she does. Natalie Cochran. She's saying she does.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
She's getting ready to grab that paper out of his hand and say, hold on, let me just do this for you. Because that's basically what she did, was like say, yo, go get exhibit blah, 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 because on there it says blah, blah, blah.
I'm showing you what you want in states number 34. Now, right under here, at the bottom.
Okay. You're going to have to speak loudly, Mr.
Okay.
Silver.
Under here, under case description, and I'm going to read from this, okay? It says, Natalie was returning a call to the nurse, and that's the nurse at Access Health,
Yes.
right? Regarding lab results. Says, Natalie says, I tried to call the nurse around 12:20 p.m. There was no answer. And then the nurse says, in which I told the patient, and I don't know who I is, someone at Access Health, right?
Correct.
I would send a phone number to the nurse to return her call. The patient, that's Natalie, stated she is on her way back to her appointment with the cardiologist and then an appointment with the oncologist, and she wants her to be called at, and she leaves her phone number so she can try to get these records, right?
That's what the phone note says, yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is Natalie Cochran's phone number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Last word, Mr. Truman.
The last word would be thank you to the doctor. He's been a good sport about all this. We're done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halsey. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Ron. Before I call my next witness, I need to gather my notes.
Okay.
Oh, wow, Donnie. Wow. Crazy. Donnie says my dad called this morning from Maine. They had an earthquake. He spilled his coffee. God is shaking up the earth. I'll tell you what, it is a little bit creepy, right? That half the country is frozen, including Texas, and people in Florida getting snow. I know that it's happened before, but it's very, very rare, right? And then the other side of the country is crazy wildfires and now rain today and now an earthquake in Maine. He's keeping us on our toes, isn't he?
The defense calls Dr. Priya Banerjee.
Okay, this is the one that was on the phone.
Raise your right hand, please.
Last week,
You swear or affirm
listening to the prosecution's experts.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Thank you.
Tell us your name and how you spell it.
My name is Dr. Priya, Priya, and last name is Banerjee, Banerjee.
Where do you currently work and what's your title?
Sure. So, excuse me, I'm self-employed at my company named Anchor Forensic Pathology, and I'm based in Barrington, Rhode Island, just outside of Providence.
Have you authored any publications or anything related to it?
Yes, I don't think I fully answered your last question. So I'm a forensic pathologist. And so I've worked in that field going on over 14 years. And so during my training, well, I mean, I'm talking about I was an attending and then there was training prior to that. So all in all, there were many occasions that I've done research myself and then published those articles, or then became a senior author, helped other individuals perform the projects, and we together presented them and published them.
And that's in your chosen field of forensic pathology, is that correct?
So I have publications throughout. I have cancer research articles. I have some basic pathology articles, as well as many publications in forensic pathology as well.
Okay. Do you have any teaching
Maybe.
experience?
She does look familiar.
Yes, quite a bit. So in Rhode Island, let's see, I used to teach at the Roger Williams University, where I designed and taught a year-long forensic pathology and crime scene investigation course that was 2 semesters. I did that for quite a while, and then I subsequently left that job due to personal reasons. I also taught at the Boston University Medical School, their graduate program in forensic sciences. Again, it was crime scene investigation and forensic pathology, and currently still hold since I think 2011 or 2012, a clinical assistant professorship at the Brown University Laboratory Medicine and Pathology program.
As a forensic pathologist, do you conduct autopsies and issue reports from that?
Yes, that's one of the many roles I do as a forensic pathologist. That's really what I'm trained to do. And as you've heard previously, that's one of the main tools we use as a forensic pathologist to make diagnoses.
What? Can you approximate at all how many autopsies you've done in the past?
That's a gross approximation, and I would say probably close to 3,000 now. So autopsy, my training stems back to my days at residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, where we learned and performed autopsies. I then went on to do a fellowship in forensic pathology, where I was, day in and day out performing autopsies. And then excuse me, I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for over 11 years. So again, very diligently doing autopsies. So all of those together, plus I've done some service work in various other offices that needed help, such as New Hampshire, Maine, Las Vegas. I've done that. And so this is just, I don't keep tallies, but I would say approximately, let's say 2,900 to 3,000.
Fair enough. Are you board certified in any of these areas that you're talking about?
Yes. So after I completed my residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, I sat for my pathology boards, which was in the field of anatomic pathology. So that's like being in a hospital, looking at slides, whatnot. Autopsy is a part of that. So I was generally boarded in anatomic pathology. And then after I did my fellowship training, I was then eligible and on the first attempt passed my forensic pathology boards.
Do you have any medical licenses anywhere?
I currently hold 2 active licenses, one in the state of Rhode Island and one in Nevada. I also have a inactive good standing licensure in Pennsylvania.
At this time, I would like Dr. Banerjee certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state wish to engage in voir dire?
Your Honor, the state accepts the witness's credentials.
All right, the court declares Dr. Banerjee to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
Permission to approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I am asking that this particular exhibit be marked as defense exhibit, whatever the next number is.
It's defense exhibit number 12.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Dr. Banerjee, I am handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to refer to this document. I'm going to go back and ask you some questions, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Could you identify this document, what it is?
So this is my 7-page report that I submitted to you that summarizes contains all my conclusions related to this case.
Okay. You're starting to fade away a little bit.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
talk in the microphone. Thank you.
I'm very rarely accused of that.
On page 2 of that report, you specify what records you've received in preparation of that report. Would you please go through the records you received?
Yes. So I've itemized in my report in no particular order. All of them were submitted digitally. So just the first autopsy report for Michael Brandon Cochran, West Virginia, number 2019-3671. That is the first autopsy that Dr. Kubitschek performed. I also have medical records, 2 sets, one from Raleigh General and the other from Charleston Medical Center. I have an array of scene photographs of the candidate scene, including multiple pictures of a Humalog insulin Lispro vial. I have Dr. Uribe's second autopsy report and Dr. Diane Krieger's expert report.
Now, you listened in to expert reports or expert testimony in this case, but that was subsequent to you authoring this report. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was allowed to by the judge with permission to also listen to Doctors Uribe and Krieger testify, but my opinion as written here is all formulated based on their written reports as well, and the summation of all this.
Okay. I'd like to skip down to the bottom of page 2.
Okay.
You have a heading marked discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'd like to skip over paragraph 1 for now and go to paragraph 2. In that paragraph, you state that Mr. Cochran first underwent an autopsy by Dr. Kubitschek on September the 4th, 2019, which was 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 7 months.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit that I'm going to be questioning this witness about. Permission to approach the clerk.
I feel like I have too, Michelle, but I also feel like I've seen her face on either Court TV or Law and Crime, like as a guest on one of the, like Vinnie Politan or Nancy Grace or something. But I'm not positive. I just feel like it.
Now, I'd like to warn the jury ahead of time. These are photographs and they're somewhat gruesome.
Priya
Dr. Banerjee,
Banerjee.
can you identify
Miss
this
King.
exhibit?
Yes, so this is a hard copy printout of an array with 4 autopsy pictures with the same case number that I referenced, 19-3671, with Dr. Kubitschek's initials also on the placard.
She looks like she's going to
So these are
vomit.
at least 4 of the many autopsy photos that were submitted to me.
At this time, I'd like to move for admission of Dr. Banerjee's report and
just FYI, just in case, I mean, they haven't shown anything yet. Yeah, it's Priya, Priya, Banerjee, Banerjee. Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, trigger warning, just in case they pan to a view of any of these autopsy photos. Hopefully they don't.
this exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
All right, defense exhibits 12 and 13 will be admitted into evidence.
Now, you've already identified this photograph. I want to go back to your description under decomposition, page 3, paragraph 2.
Just flip there. Yes.
Does this photograph accurately convey the advanced state of decomposition as photographed by Dr. Kubitschek in his autopsy?
Yeah, so this, unfortunately, embalming and burial does not keep the body in the same state as when one passes away. So even though the procedure is supposed to, it's still not perfect. And so you can see that 7 months later, Mr. Cochran's body was in a moderately decomposed state with moderate insect activity present. And those are words extracted from Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy. That's how he described it.
I'm going to remove the photograph.
All right.
On that same page, what was the description and the condition of Michael Cochran's heart on autopsy?
Yes, so the heart weighed 450 grams, and it wasn't described clearly as such, but assuming it was also moderately decomposed like the rest of him, it was, it follows that weight, as you've heard earlier, tissues and organs, as they fall apart with decomposition, they get lighter in weight. And so taking that into account, this is a relatively enlarged heart for someone his size and his stature.
Why is that significant, the enlarged heart?
So the heart is ironically one of those muscles that you don't really want to enlarge unless you're an Olympic athlete or very well conditioned. It often enlarges secondary to what we say stress. Now, stress can be anything like high blood pressure, anything that's sort of a continued stress on the body. It's not one episode. It's going to be longer term effects. So sometimes chronic substance abuse, exercise can help. But when we say it's a pathologically enlarged, abnormally enlarged, that's not a healthy heart.
You have a discussion about pseudoephedrine use.
Yes.
Please explain that.
Sure. So within the clinical records I was given, certain substances that are considered controlled substances, which pseudoephedrine is one, is monitored, and the prescription sort of history is monitored. So that's how I knew he was on it. And pseudoephedrine is Sudafed, and we know that one of its side effects it's a stimulant, meaning that it will raise your blood pressure.
What about your statement about reported history of pseudoephedrine and stimulant use and the use of enclophamine use? How could these factors have affected Mr. Cochran?
Sure. So I assume that enclomiphene, wasn't a prescribed medicine. It was what the records say was illicitly obtained over the internet, and non-prescribed, I should say. And so all of these factors, when your heart is enlarged, it is a risk for sudden death, which is what we call an arrhythmia. The heart has an electrical system that helps us beat. Even as we sit here, we don't have to think about it. And when the heart gets thickened, abnormally so, the electrical system can basically short circuit, and then you miss a beat, you don't have a heart rate, you don't have a blood pressure, and you die. There really isn't any fingerprint of an arrhythmia. That's an electrical signal, right? So when you're alive, there are cardiologists that specialize in that, and they can, like an EKG is the electrical tracing of the heart. But once you are deceased, there's no way to really, there's no traceable rhythm. And so structurally, when we see an enlarged heart, we're worried about an arrhythmia as a possible cause of sudden death.
Could these factors in your discussion about a fatal arrhythmia or heart attack, could this have been a possible factor in Michael Cochran's death?
Yes, I just say arrhythmia, heart attack, I sort of classify differently, which I won't get into, but the abnormal rhythm would be an arrhythmia. And if it's a fatal, there's different tracings, which I'm not going to get into, but fatal arrhythmia can occur. And obviously with a decomposed heart, just like the rest of his body, that really limits making the diagnosis under the microscope. We can, again, just say that the heart was enlarged based on its weight.
So from that explanation, a fatal arrhythmia would not show up in autopsy, correct?
Correct. We have a structurally abnormal heart, which we know is at risk, but a fatal arrhythmia leaves no identifiable sign at autopsy, especially in a decomposed specimen.
What findings were made regarding the possibility of pancreatic tumors in Michael Cochran's body?
I know there's been some discussion about this, but upon review of the first autopsy report, again, the pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose in the body. It's full of enzymes, and as soon as we die, they start leaking, and that's what causes the pancreas to basically disintegrate. And so I think it's difficult, and I think it's improper to say that a pancreatic tumor was excluded, because 7 months later, the pancreas isn't going to be very recognizable. Even if it is, it's not going to be intact anymore to really see any types of tumors. These tumors, such as an insulinoma, can be less than 1 centimeter big. It can be millimeters, but it can still have a functional effect, which I find fascinating. But again, that's not going to be identifiable on a decomposed pancreas or organ.
Okay, and I may have missed it in your explanation. I just want to clarify. Can pancreatic tumors cause hypoglycemia?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yes. So that's in one of the potential causes of hypoglycemia is a pancreatic tumor if it creates insulin. So tumors don't act like normal organs. And so if it's a tumor of the cells that make insulin in the body, and there's an sort of bad acting collection of them, then they form this tumor, and then they can pump out insulin that could cause low blood sugar hypoglycemia. There was no such, I think the capabilities of identifying such is very limited in a decomposed body.
Dr. Uribe stated that pancreatic tumors on autopsy were excluded in the first autopsy. Is that a correct statement?
I think not identified versus excluded are two different issues here. Not identified is true because the pancreas and other organs, again, are decomposed. Excluded is inaccurate because, again, that decomposition means it's 7 months later and it could have been there. We just can't see it based on the condition of the organ and the body in general.
I'd like to call your attention to the paragraph that's numbered number 3 on that page. Okay?
Yes.
You discuss post-mortem, meaning after death, toxicology test performed. What's toxicology?
So toxicology is the basic testing blood and other body fluids or tissues to see to try to detect, identify, and quantify any medications or substances that's in someone's body at the time of death.
Would you please discuss what tests were done or weren't done in connection with Michael Cochran's body? And along those lines,
So again, this is 7 months later.
I have a specific question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you
all right.
wanted me to answer.
There's a discussion that there was no testing prior to Michael's death of, first of all, insulin. What's the significance of that?
So when he was alive then, you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Because we talked about postmortem testing too.
No,
So
I'm talking about prior to Michael Cochran's death.
sure. So my review of the hospital record showed that there was, although low blood sugars were noted, there was no associated laboratory testing related to insulin, C-peptide, proinsulin levels, or any other medications like oral anti-glycemic agents, which are what you take to lower blood sugars, done in the hospital.
So those various tests that you're talking about, tests for insulin, tests for C-peptides, anabolic steroids, those all could have been done prior to Michael Cochran's death, correct?
Yes.
But they weren't done, right?
Per the medical records, they were not done.
And according to hospital records, etc., one of the reasons those tests weren't done was because when Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital or hospitals, there was no suspicion of insulin being introduced into his body. And I'm talking about what they call exogenous insulin, insulin that's not produced by the body. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I saw no notation or differential diagnosis listed that, sorry. I did not see any notation or differential diagnosis listed within the medical records for that diagnosis, like exogenous insulin having a role in his hypoglycemia.
Okay. Is there any explanation for Mr. Cochran's urine screen, which was positive for benzodiazepines?
So this was a perplexing result to me. I think there was some confusion. Dr. Uribe said that, and there was, midazolam detected in the postmortem toxicology. Midazolam is a benzodiazepine that can be used as a sedative or anesthetic, but that was given later in the hospital, and the urine screening was done very close to his admission to the hospital. It was done at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m. The day of February 6th. And so he had not been given, there's no records within the nursing records or the doctor's orders that he was given any such medication in this class yet. So that means in the urine drug screen, there's an unexplained benzodiazepine positivity. Now, that just means I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but it's a suggestion that he's on this something, at least one, if not more, benzodiazepine medications. And that's from the urine testing.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 4 on that same page.
Yes.
In that paragraph, you discuss the second autopsy, which was done by Dr. Uribe 4 years after Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
What's the significance of an autopsy being done 4 years after death?
Well, I think in this, speaking specifically with this case, unfortunately, again, the embalming is not perfect, as we saw 7 months. So although there's no photographs, there was a description written by Dr. Uribe that the body was nearly skeletonized. There was some residual tissue, but mainly bones. And so obviously that decomposition has continued. Mr. Cochran's body was, buried again and then had to be re-exhumed. So again, his body's undergoing decomposition to almost no tissues remaining. And the ones that he had described that were there with the body were all very disintegrated.
Wow, I had no idea. I mean, first of all, it was late when I realized he had been exhumed, right? At 7 months. And now I had no idea that he had been exhumed again years later. Let this poor man rest in peace. Jeez.
Integrated in a medical bag and a plastic bag. So you can't really make any further conclusions from them. They're not intact anymore to make anything meaningful.
Because of the advanced state of decomposition, which has continued, does it make it harder to reach a conclusion in an autopsy?
So we have 2 autopsies here with 2 varying stages of decomposition, one obviously far more advanced than the other. But anytime we have decomposition, you really are working with not as perfect a body as it had been when he first died. So obviously, when I get asked the question, when do I need to autopsy my loved one? Usually I say within a week to really get meaningful results. And as time goes on, even with embalming, as you've seen, there's decomposition because the way our tissues react, they're just going to start disintegrating. They're not healthy living tissues anymore because the person's not living. And so you're automatically handicapped to make some diagnoses. It's still very worthwhile doing a decomposition or decomposed autopsy. You want to make sure there's no trauma, there's no big you can see some diagnoses, even natural diagnoses, you can see trauma, even some toxicology can be done, but it's still a hindrance that, due to the decomposition being there. And actually, in decomposition autopsies, there's an extensive explanation that I, sort of qualify the description of the organs, as well as the toxicology lab has to be, notified that, hey, this is not an ideal specimen. This is a decomposed specimen. And sometimes you even can't send as good a specimen to do the testing because it's not available anymore.
Now, if you can answer this question, fine. If you can't, that's fine too. In general, if an autopsy is done 7 months after death, and an autopsy is done 4 years after death, would the results in the first autopsy be more easily quantified or valid, let's say, than the second autopsy?
I think that's a very broad question.
Okay.
I can speak that, again, it's still worth examining a body at any time. I really look at it when, even with decomposition present, you want to make sure there's no identifiable trauma. So even some, in skeletonized remains, I've done many of those. You look at the bones to make sure there's no fractures, tool marks, gunshot wounds, anything like that. Do the bones tell you about the patient? Sometimes you can have surgery remnants, right? You can have hardware, you can have skull fractures, whatever it may be. We x-ray them, we look at them. That can be very meaningful. You can do DNA on bone, etc. But as the organs and soft tissues decompose, more information is leaving, right? So as time goes on, less and less information is available. to make, I guess, like toxicologic analyses, even looking under the microscope, even at 7 months. You can see with moderate decomposition, it's not a worthwhile exercise.
I believe that Dr. Kubitschek took some tissue samples, or was it Dr. Uribe, for toxicology analysis? Do you remember?
Yes, so Dr. Kubitschek did. Yes. So there was at least clotted blood and maybe some tissue samples that he sent. I don't have the report in front of me, but I know that was the analysis that resulted in the midazolam, that one therapeutic, meaning medically given, prescribed medicine in his blood detected.
But generally speaking, those slides were pretty much useless. And I believe Dr. Uribe said he couldn't make any definitive findings as to those slides. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, I was speaking about the toxicology.
Okay. I'm talking about the slides.
I see. Maybe I misspoke or misunderstood. Excuse me. When you talk about slides, slides are where we look under the microscope. So the way it works is you have to have a light and you have to have the glass slide that has a very thin, even thinner than paper layer of tissue on there. So that tissue means it's a section cut from the organ you want to look at. So heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, whatever it may be. And it's specially prepared in a lab, and it has at baseline usually pinks and purples to help me with my trained eye, or my colleagues like Dr. Kubitschek or Dr. Uribe look under the microscope and make an interpretation. But that also, again, depends on the integrity of the tissues. So as the tissues fall apart, the detail under the microscope is no longer available. So I don't recall exactly what Dr. Kubitschek's conclusions were if he took slides, but I know Dr. Uribe basically didn't submit them because no meaningful diagnosis could be made. The tissue was in such unrecognizable, decomposed state that it's not worth anybody's time, effort, or money
for
to do it.
analytic purposes, those tissue slides were pretty much useless. Is that correct?
I'm not even sure he made slides. I thought he just retained them in little plastic containers in case he needed to, but I don't think he even made the slides. His comment was that it was something like no meaningful diagnoses could be made from them.
Pretty much useless, right?
Yes.
At paragraph 5 of your report, you discuss the documenting of Mr. Cochran's pseudoephedrine prescription, and then you discuss benzodiazepines, which were positive in his urine. How are these two substances related, and what's the significance of them?
Okay, so there are two medications that are controlled, meaning they have medical uses, but they're also regulated because they can be abused. So that's why each state usually has a prescription drug monitoring program. And as a part of the investigation and medical records, I received the printout for Mr. Cochran. That printout has a log that he was on pseudoephedrine for many months. However, benzodiazepine is a controlled substance, meaning like it's a medication, has plenty of medical uses, but also has potential for abuse. And there was no tracked benzodiazepine on anywhere. Actually, I didn't have it in his list of medical medications at home, and I did not have it on the state prescription drug monitoring program. So I'm sorry, just to conclude
from your discussion and report, could Mr. Cochran, prior to death, have overdosed on benzodiazepines?
So yes, that's where I was leading, that a urine toxicology, when someone shows up at a hospital with altered mental state, meaning they're not talkative, they're confused, or they're not responding. That's why it aids doctors and clinicians that maybe we can find out what's in him because he can't tell us, and maybe that'll help us undo the effects of it, and if it'll allow him to wake up. Does that make sense? And so that is one. Overdose is a possibility. I have no idea which benzodiazepine this is. I don't know how much it is. It could be one, it could be more than one. I have no idea. I just know that that was a very strange result, given that he's not prescribed this at home. And then again, it's a drug of abuse, meaning if you're not prescribed it and you're using it, that is misuse of a prescribed medicine, or unprescribed medicine for that matter. I know you can get it off the internet. I've had other cases related to benzodiazepine overdose that could be illicit, if you will. So I think that's a strong differential,
Okay.
given.
Let me interrupt you right
Okay.
here and clarify. Did you state in your report that benzodiazepine overdose is a common cause of death alone or in combination with other substances?
Yes, at least where I've practiced, benzodiazepines are often misused, abused, if you will, and if taken in excess can cause overdose, as I said, alone, or it's often used with many other substances that may or may not show up on a urine drug screen.
Okay. Did Mr. Cochran, prior to death and according to the medical records, exhibit any symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose?
I mean, any overdose, the way it affects your body, in a benzodiazepine.
I'm asking specifically, Mr. Cochran,
Mhm.
in your review of the medical records,
Yes.
did he exhibit symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose, and what symptoms are indicative or indicate possibly
Sure.
benzodiazepine overdose?
Sure. So they're non-specific, but respiratory arrest, where he stops breathing. He can aspirate gastric contents into his lungs, like meaning vomit will come up and he'll breathe it in. Confusion, collapse, all of that is possible as the excess medication use and abuse causing overdose.
Can it cause seizures?
Not usually.
Okay.
I think, just to clarify, I think if he's in a prolonged state due to an overdose where his brain is deficient of oxygen, that could have seizure-like activity because the brain is injured. But the medication in and of itself does not cause seizures. It can sometimes be given for seizures.
Is hypoglycemia related to benzodiazepine overdose?
I think it could be. I don't know that it's directly related, but I think once the body starts getting in dysfunction and disarray, you can see hypoglycemia.
Okay. So it might have been a possible cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that possible?
Benzodiazepine overdose is in the differential.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Let's take our afternoon break right now. Members of the jury will break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Probably cutting her off because she's not saying what he wants her to say, right? Dude, I'm feeling you back there in the back with the blonde hair on the chapstick. I'm feeling you on that. Got a chapstick. Get your chapstick. Wonder what flavor his is. Mine is rose water.
Doctor, it would be improper for you to talk to Mr. Selden or anyone else about proposed lines of testimony or cross-examination. I'm
Still
sure you understand that.
wrapped up in
So
my
with that
blanket.
admonition, you're free to walk about and relax for 10 or 15 minutes.
All wrapped up in my blanket. Ay, ay, ay. Phew. It's warmer in here. I could take this off, but it's awful nice and cozy. Awful nice and cozy. Michelle said the wife had benzo prescription from PCP. All right, let's see. And they're back. And they're back.
Are there any
I love how he comes out of that door. He always just, meh, you know.
All right. Are there any matters we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Not from the state, Your Honor, I think. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring in the jury, please. Deputy Fry. I'll show you where to put those two.
I think it was a walking time bomb, and then she added the icing to the top of the cake. Mm-mm-mm. You cold too, Cherie?
All right, we continue with the direct examination of Dr. Banerjee. You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up where we left off. At the top of page 4, the first complete paragraph. You state that although it is not studied well, hypoglycemia is a real and life-threatening condition that may occur in benzodiazepine poisoning. And you go on to say, thus, this is a real possibility for Michael Cochran's cause of death. If I am interpreting that correctly, what you're saying is benzodiazepine may cause hypoglycemia. Then the hypoglycemia may result in death. It's kind of a progression. Is that a correct interpretation?
Correct. I say that this unknown benzodiazepine at unknown levels, there's reports of benzodiazepines causing low blood sugar and could be critically low, as in his case, to then cause death. I don't know that to be a fact, but it's in the differential.
So benzodiazepine poisoning may cause hypoglycemia. Is that correct?
Yes, there was an article that I cited related to that matter.
Okay. like to go to paragraph 6 on page 4.
Mhm.
You state that, quote, the focus on hypoglycemia as the sentinel, or most important, abnormality is surprising. What do you mean by that?
Get further into it in the discussion, but basically, when Mr. Cochran presented, not only was he not alert, not responding to commands, et cetera, when they tried to figure out what was wrong with him, there were multiple laboratory abnormalities. So they drew his blood, analyzed it, and there were a whole bunch of laboratory abnormalities, including the hypoglycemia, but also elevated white blood cell count. And then that had a part of it when they look at what's composing that white blood cell count called neutrophils. Those are like the soldiers that fight infection. Those were high in number.
Let me stop you right there and ask a quick question. Elevated white blood cell count is more or less showing that there's some kind of infection in the body or some kind of toxins, because white blood cells fight infection. Is that correct?
Especially this component of white blood cells that's now increased the number. They're like the first responders, the neutrophils. And it wasn't just the neutrophils were high, but there's another enzyme called lactate that they tested that was also high, that can be seen in sepsis. So it's sort of like painting the picture that, again, that differential, like what could be wrong with him. You then really worry maybe there's an undetected, untreated infection that's causing him to be in this state.
Okay, so, and if this infection was present, which the white blood cells elevated count would indicate, was there any explanation for what this infection is, how it may have occurred, anything about the infection itself?
No. So the clinicians in the ER did say suspected infection, but they did not say what the suspected source was. They just gave him IV antibiotics. And I don't remember which antibiotic, my apologies. But nonetheless, they are also concerned that he was sick from an infection. So it's better to just give him antibiotics and we'll try to stabilize him and then possibly figure it out. That was never figured out from a source, but they did give him intravenous antibiotics. So it got into his body right away.
Okay, now, some mysterious infection in Michael Cochran's body, could that be a possible cause of Michael Cochran's death, alone or in combination with other things?
Definitely. So if a infection becomes overwhelming and into the blood and really taking over the body, it can be serious enough to cause death.
You talk about there being no suspicion for insulin overdose or self-administration as the cause of Michael Cochran's seizures and coma. I want to make a point here. You listened to some of the testimony. Did you hear any of the testimony that said Michael Cochran did routinely inject himself with insulin? Did you hear any of that?
I think there was some suggestion. I don't remember who said it.
Okay.
It wasn't in the records that I reviewed and made this report based on.
Okay. So given that testimony, an overdose by self-administration is a possibility, right?
After that testimony was given, it's in the differential diagnosis.
Okay. moving on down the page. Would you discuss the broad list that you go through of potential causes of hypoglycemia other than an insulin injection?
Sure, this is a very long list. So I think I've used the word differential diagnosis a few times, and it's what we're taught in medical school and then into practice. You consider all the possibilities, some may be more likely than others, but you do testing to sort of tease that apart. Does that make sense? I sort of work broad and then narrow down. And so when you think about hypoglycemia in a living individual or even postmortem, you have to think what's contributing to this. And so this is a very long list. Do you want me to go through it item by item?
No, just
Okay, we'll read the broad diagnoses and then go from there. So medication induced, that should probably be, whether it be prescribed or not. Alcohol falls into there, some antibiotics.
okay. Let me stop you here. Now, you're listing other possible causes of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that what you're doing?
I'm listing what's called the differential diagnosis, whether it's applicable to him or I think this is a organized medical way of approaching this laboratory abnormality, and it applies to him. Was this a possibility in him? It's how you have to think. And then if you go so myopic and pinpoint, you might miss something important. So it's always broad to narrow.
Okay, so these are possible causes, not necessarily in Mr. Cochran.
This
But
is medical,
possible.
right?
Okay,
All sorts of causes. So
Okay.
medication related, which alcohol or other unexplained medications may be there. Endocrine, so endocrine is like what Dr. Krieger practices. That's working of glands and hormones in the body. There can be various abnormalities. Pancreatic tumors, that's why I was saying that sometimes we really look at the pancreas to try to see if there's a identifiable tumor. Sometimes they're so small that you really need like an MRI or like a radiology to pinpoint them, but they can be so subtle but still cause medical problems. And then there's other sort of broader issues such as liver disease, in certain cases malnutrition, starvation, critical illness, so like sepsis, which is that overwhelming infection in the body. You can have certain surgeries, like your immune system can attack insulin in and of itself, even though you have a working pancreas, genetic disorders, sometimes eating disorders like over-exercising, not eating enough, that can
Okay.
really throw your body.
let me interrupt you there for just a moment, okay?
Yes.
You say that other causes include liver disease. Were you aware in the medical records that at some point it was revealed that Michael Cochran, prior to death, had some problems with his liver enzymes?
I'm aware that they're elevated. Usually when I talk about liver disease being a cause of hypoglycemia, it's not just any liver disease, it's severe liver disease.
Okay, but that could be an indicator of liver disease causing hypoglycemia, possibly.
Quite possibly, I'm not clear on the extent of his liver disease.
Okay. You list severe malnutrition or starvation. Were you aware that at certain times, Michael Cochran didn't feed himself adequately, trying to cut his weight for bodybuilding?
I'll take that at face value. I don't know his personal history.
Okay. You say critical illness, sepsis. Sepsis is infection, right?
Correct.
You say immune hypoglycemia. What is that?
It's a rare cause. It's anti-insulin antibodies. So anything autoimmune means your body's reacting to itself.
Okay.
And in this case, it would be a very rare circumstance that your body's attacking its own insulin and then getting rid of it so that your body thinks you don't have it.
And again, these are possible causes
Right.
of hypoglycemia.
Right.
Okay. On down, you talk about non-pancreatic tumors. We've talked about pancreatic tumors already, right?
Correct.
And these are other tumors in the body.
Yes, and I'm no expert in this field, but my understanding is so different tumors can do whatever they want. And there's something called paraneoplastic syndrome. So these tumors that are already abnormal, they're doing their own thing, can start making chemicals that in the body that act like insulin or could even make insulin potentially, but your body's getting those signals, even though it's not from a normal pancreas, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, just to fill in a little bit of information, insulin promotes blood glucose or blood sugar, right? Most often, especially in diabetics.
Yes, you need insulin.
You list skipping meals. Is that a real possibility in a bodybuilder who's trying to cut weight?
I'm not really clear on that. I mean, skipping meals potentially, I think it could be. It probably depends on how severe it is. And it's not something I'm an expert in quantifying. I think it can be a slippery slope to get into a malnourished state
Okay.
that could affect electrolytes or, glucose levels.
You say increased exercise without sufficient nutrition. If Michael Cochran was exercising furiously and he wasn't feeding himself properly or sufficient, that could be a cause of his hypoglycemia. Would that be a correct inference?
I think it's in the list of possibilities.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 7. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've collected what was previously marked Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. I'd like to show that to the witness.
All right.
It's my chart.
Dr. Banerjee, this is an exhibit that was previously introduced. You created this table that's reflected in Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have that in your report, page 6. I'm going to.
You guys, I'm not even going to lie. Now that I'm all covered up, I'm laying back here like this, and I've got me all scooched up like this, and I'm like, not literally, but oh man, it sounds good, right? A nap.
Put both of them on the viewer if I can, or
Okay.
just
Be a nap
your
in my
chart
very
on
near
page 6.
future. It's been a sleepy courtroom day. If I was a
This
juror
is your
today would be the
unaltered,
day.
uh,
Today would be the day that I would be like having somebody would have to elbow me. Michelle says, "All right, Grandma, wake up." Oh God, help me. Phew. Mm.
table. This is the one that the jury has seen previously,
I see. Okay.
except
Right,
for
Michelle?
my
Right, I
handwritten
know.
notations as to a conversion of
Mm-mm.
military time to regular time and my circling of certain entries. They're pretty much the same thing. Would that be
Yes, yes.
correct? Okay.
Thank you, Henny.
I think they're identical. You just highlighted some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, with time conversion,
All right.
but the data is not altered.
Okay. Thank you for that
No,
explanation.
it's not her son. The
I think
kid
I'm
in
gonna
the
use
back
your
with
chart
blonde hair,
for this
that's not her
analysis.
son.
Okay.
Sounds
Her
good.
son has dark hair.
I'm handing this back to you.
Just like that. Thank you.
He might be the brother of the redheaded gal that's sitting there. You weren't here Friday, were you? So the redheaded gal is not her daughter. Her daughter testified Friday, and the son testified on Friday. I forgot you were with your mom all day on Friday. Hold on, get this. Yeah. Yeah, the redheaded gal, I'm assuming is her. Oh, wait, you're right. Friday, they weren't in court. Never mind. That's true. Friday, we did Koberger stuff. That's right. You saw him on Thursday. That's true. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm assuming that the redheaded gal is maybe her niece. And maybe the guy is the niece's brother, maybe. He did his lips just like her, is why I thought so. Yeah. Yeah, whenever the boy came in to testify, he had really dark hair. Like dark, dark brown. Okay.
Now, Dr. Banerjee, at paragraph 7 of your report, which hopefully you're looking at, you discuss Mr. Cochran's hypoglycemia when he reached the hospital and a timeline of his sugar levels at pages 5 and 6 of your report.
Mm-hmm.
And we have page 6 showing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they went to all that trouble to keep
Now,
him off camera. And while the judge is talking about keeping him off camera, he walks right into the camera. It's like, jeez.
you created this chart, did you not?
I did.
And it was based on information that you got from the medical records. Is that correct?
Correct. So the date and time plus the glucose.
I'm going to get into that.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to ask you questions about that.
Okay.
I want you to look at the headings at the top of the chart. And I'm talking specifically about right here. Okay?
Okay.
The first asterisk notation at the top is that the alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6th of 2019. I want to clarify that. Because there's no information reported as to an exact time that Mr. Cochran was allegedly injected with exogenous Lispro insulin, you chose 12 noon on February 6th, 2019, correct?
Yes, based on my review of the investigative information and the medical records, it appeared that that was basically, again, it's approximate. So
Okay.
I'm not saying it's noon, but it's around then that they were saying the event or his
So
problem started.
it's kind of a guess from you, from all these records, because we don't have any exact time, correct?
Correct. There's no exact time, but if I assume, I made that assumption, and that's why I asterisked it, that to make a meaningful calculation, I just chose, when they say noon, I chose the number evenly, 12:00, as a time to calculate, as a starting time point.
And that information is essentially gathered from when it's alleged Michael Cochran passed out, and when he got to the hospital and the series of events after that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second heading right here, and you can't see it very well, but it says hypoglycemia is sugar less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. Correct?
Correct. That was the medical definition of hypoglycemia, as I understand it.
Okay. And you remember Dr. Krieger's testimony. She kind of went back and forth. She estimated, but she said at your first timeline on February 6th of 2019 and you've got 2020, which is 8:20 p.m., right?
Correct, on the 6th.
She said, in reference to these questions, that a reading of 21 blood glucose was certainly hypoglycemia or indicated hypoglycemia, right?
I don't recall exactly, but I would agree with that statement.
Okay. But you chose 70 milligrams, and you say that's based on your research and the literature you reviewed. Is that correct?
Sure. So hypoglycemia is a range, or a critical level, if you will, a critical blood sugar. And my understanding and research is that anything below 70 is abnormal, and the lower you get, the more abnormal it is.
The first column is date and time, right?
Yes.
The second column is the reported blood glucose levels in Michael Cochran's body, or allegedly, right?
Yes.
Third column is the hours since the alleged event, and you're picking 12 noon as the alleged event when you believe he may or may not have been introduced with exogenous insulin.
So, right. So let me just clarify. The blood glucose wasn't an allegation. These are laboratory values I've extracted from the medical record. So they're the exact numbers. And again, I had to define a starting point as an assumption, and then those hours are how long after we're looking at those, at that timestamp, if you will, the resultant blood glucose.
Dr. Halsey today testified that he thought the activity of Lispro insulin, or how long it's working in the body, was 4 to 6 hours. Did your research in the literature indicate the same thing?
Yes, so my main source was the manufacturer's insert that has all the sort of description, dosing, and what's called pharmacodynamics, how it works in the body. So it goes through what the activity of this is, because I'm not diabetic.
Okay.
So I had to educate myself.
And I just want to clarify that statement.
Right. that
You're
it's-
talking about if Lilly Pharmaceutical is the manufacturer of this type of insulin.
Yep.
They put a information sheet or sheets in with the Humalog insulin, and they have all of this data in that information, correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with insulin, but I had to refresh my mind with the details of this short acting insulin. And so what Dr. Halsey said was supported with that literature. It's 4 to 6 hours of, the longest it'll act in the body is 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and another point of information I have to make clear to the jury. Is it your estimation that once Humalog Lispro insulin is introduced into the body, although it's fast acting, it still takes time to work, approximately 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is deemed a fast acting insulin that starts to work about 10 to 15 minutes after injection.
Okay. The first reading has a blood glucose level of 21. Where did that information come from? If you recall.
Yep. It's within the first pages of his medical records when he presented.
Okay. Now, the significance of that is the hours after insulin was allegedly introduced to Mr. Cochran's body. This is 8 hours and 20 minutes afterwards, right?
Yes, approximately.
Can Humalog Lispro insulin possibly be working in the body 8 hours and 20 minutes later?
I can only,
From your research
Right.
and your literature.
exactly, the way I was, that it's been described and I read about, the maximum window of action is up to 6 hours. So we're beyond that time in this chart.
And you have listed in the last column, was Lispro active in his body? You state no at that first entry, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone diabetic in the chat? I mean, I know that there are a handful of you, but I don't know if any of you are in the chat right now. So is there anyone in the chat that is diabetic? And when you have taken the insulin, how long does it last for you? You know? Does it last, does it work for you for 6 hours, 8 hours? Does it matter if you have to take more or less of it, how long it works, or if you have to take, just a little bitty bit of it, does it last less time than if you have to take a bigger dose of it? You know what I'm saying? I'm just wondering. Cherie says, I am. And then Miss King says, no, but my husband was. Just wondering. I'm just wondering.
I'm not going to go through all of these listings because the jury's seen it before. Would you describe for me the important blood glucose readings which you have marked in bold?
Sure. It's just for ease of reading and pointing out the events which were hypoglycemia as defined by blood sugar less than 70. There were a total of 4 events during his hospitalization, the first occurring at presentation, and then subsequently on February 7th, there were 3 events throughout the day. or throughout the morning from a little after midnight all the way through 10:30 in the morning. There were 3 other episodes of hypoglycemia.
Okay. I'm pointing to the first one, correct?
Correct. That's his presentation. Yes.
I'm pointing to the next one, which is right here.
Yes, the second bolded number.
The third one is right here.
Correct.
And the last bold one is right here.
Yes, the bold doesn't necessarily come through as clearly on the
Yeah,
projection.
That's why I'm trying to point them.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Good to
Now,
know.
according to your chart, your research, all the information that you've gathered, if Michael Cochran was allegedly injected with Lispro Humalog insulin, and its activity is 4 to 6 hours, can you affirmatively state that these listings definitively show Michael Cochran could not have been injected with Humalog Lispro insulin to cause these blood glucose readings?
Correct. That this far out, starting 8+ hours out, and based on the nature of Lispro, these are not resulting from that administration.
There was testimony that the volume or amount of Humalog Lispro insulin introduced in the body changed the duration of activity. Is that what you discovered?
Well, I think that's a complicated question. You can't really inject anybody safely with a volume to test it. What Lilly has said, they don't specify dosages, okay? They just say that upon administration to the body, this is the peak time. Like it starts working at 10 to 15 minutes, it peaks at 1 hour, and then when it fades off, it still has activity up to 6 hours. That's all I can use as a reference.
Okay. Now, if Michael Cochran were injected with another dose at a later time from 12 noon on February 6th,
Okay.
that would actually confirm your listings. In other words, it would put the timeline farther out and the blood glucose levels could not be affected by a second injection later on. It would, because your first reading is 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection. If someone injects later, it pushes everything back, right?
Correct. This chart is based solely on the assumptions of a single administration around noon. Okay, I was not aware or did not calculate anything based on any other times.
And I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask again. Does the volume of insulin introduced affect the duration of the activity in the body? Is its duration still 4 to 6 hours, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm basing my information completely based on the manufacturers and published literature. Everywhere that I've read about Lispro, Lispro insulin, that's the time range that's given. It's never differed. It's really reliable. We have a lot of diabetic patients that use it, and it's given basically around meal times too. When you eat, you've got to have a response that diabetes.
I did that jump forward thing. Hold on.
In the
They must have
last
ended
portion of your report,
for the day. Hold on. Yeah. Well, maybe not ended for the day, but for whatever reason, it jumped forward, like to live. Let me go back. I don't know where it ended up.
Opine on what I think his cause and manner of death is. And I really can't tell you what that is. His body's too decomposed and that seizure.
Where
And
were we
nobody ever found
at?
out.
Not that I'm aware of.
Were we this far ahead, guys? Y'all tell me. I don't know where we were at.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that to make an accurate report and render appropriate opinions, you'd need an accurate history. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. How did you get into this case?
I don't actually remember. I think someone contacted me. I can't tell you. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember this part.
When they did contact you, what information were you providing?
Occurring at presentation, and then subsequently on February 7th, there were 3 events throughout the day, or throughout the morning, from a little after midnight all the way through 10:30 in the morning. There were 3 other episodes of hypoglycemia.
Okay. I'm pointing to the first one, correct?
Correct.
Does this look
That's
right,
his
Miss King?
presentation. Yes.
I'm pointing to the next one, which is right here.
Yes, the second bolded number.
The third one is right here.
Correct.
And the last bold one is right here.
Yes, the bold doesn't necessarily come through as clearly on the
Yeah,
projection.
that's why I'm trying to point them.
Got it. Okay.
Now, according to your chart, your research, all the information that you've gathered, if Michael Cochran was allegedly injected with Lispro Humalog insulin, and its activity is 4 to 6 hours, can you affirmatively state that these listings definitively show Michael Cochran could not have been injected with Humalog Lispro insulin to cause these blood glucose readings?
Correct. That this far out, starting 8+ hours out, and based on the nature of Lispro, these are not resulting from that administration.
There was testimony that the volume or amount of Humalog Lispro insulin introduced in the body changed the duration of activity. Is that what you discovered?
Well, I think that's a complicated question. You can't really inject anybody safely with a volume to test it. What Lilly has said, they don't specify dosages, okay? They just say that upon administration to the body, this is the peak time. Like it starts working at 10 to 15 minutes, it peaks at 1 hour, and then when it fades off, it still has activity up to 6 hours. That's all I can use as a reference.
Okay. Now, if Michael Cochran were injected with another dose at a later time from 12 noon on February 6th,
Okay.
that would actually confirm your listings. In other words, it would put the timeline farther out and the blood glucose levels could not be affected by a second injection later on. It would, because your first reading is 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection. If someone injects later, it pushes everything back, right?
Correct. This chart is based solely on the assumptions of a single administration around noon. Okay, I was not aware or did not calculate anything based on any other times.
And I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask again. Does the volume of insulin introduced affect the duration of the activity in the body? Is its duration still 4 to 6 hours? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm basing my information completely based on the manufacturers and and published literature. Everywhere that I've read about Lispro, Lispro insulin, that's the time range that's given. It's never differed. It's really reliable. We have a lot of diabetic patients that use it, and it's given basically around meal times too. When you eat, you've got to have a response that diabetics don't have. And so it's well timed out to help them respond to the carb load, the glucose load from meals. So everywhere I've read, it's 10 to 15 minutes after injection, peaks at 1 hour, lasts anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. And I was not provided anything in the literature or the insert to say otherwise.
So the literature and your research, et cetera, doesn't address the volume question and the duration of activity. Is that right? There's no literature or information about that. As far as you know.
I mean, volume is dependent on the dose you need, the units, which is calculated based on a carbohydrate load. And this is going beyond my expertise because I'm not an endocrinologist.
Okay.
But
okay.
I don't know anything further about Lispro than what I stated.
Fair enough. In a kind of summary and conclusion, all of this discussion that you presented here today in your report, does it indicate, as Dr. Kubitschek stated, that the manner and cause of death are undetermined, and his conclusions and findings say that? He doesn't specifically say any actual manner and cause of death. He says they're undetermined. Do you agree with that finding?
Sure.
Based on all of this testimony in your report?
Yes, my report has detailed my thoughts, and as I've spoken to you today, various factors, regardless of what we think might or might not have happened, the body was decomposed, and both examinations, postmortem examinations, did not help narrow all the possibilities. And so given that, a cause of death is undetermined in my opinion, as well as the manner of death. So causes, why did he die? I cannot tell. And once I can't tell that, although there are various reports of circumstances around his death, I cannot be sure to pigeonhole it further. And so it needs to stay undetermined. So that's how I would certify this death.
Would you agree that any other finding, including Dr. Uribe's conclusion of homicide due to exogenous insulin administration, is unsupported and unsubstantiated by all of your research and testimony?
Yes.
Are your opinions in your report and what you've testified to here today to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And your conclusions, testimony, report, they are in your work as a medico-legal expert and consistent with the standards of your profession?
Yes.
And I believe I've already moved for the admission of Dr. Banerjee's report. If not, I'll do so now.
I think you already have.
Yeah.
That's right, Madam Clerk.
It's 12.
Yeah, 12. It's been entered.
I have the official copy.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that to make an accurate report and render appropriate opinions, you'd need an accurate history. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. How did you get into this case?
I don't actually remember. I think someone contacted me. I can't tell you. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when they did contact you, what information were you provided? Just the medical reports that you list there?
There's always, I can just be general because I can't
ahead.
state accurately. So usually when an inquiry comes in for my help, there's some email exchange back and forth. And once I'm officially retained, there's basically saying that I'm going to work on the case that allows me access to the privileged information, such as medical records and investigation. Like no layperson can just ask for that. And so that's where that list of resources that I reviewed was provided to me.
Okay. The actual facts of the case, though, were other than medical records. Where did that come from?
I mean, there's scene photographs. There was potentially some history given to me. I don't recall.
Okay. You don't remember reading any police reports?
I was not given the police reports.
You don't remember reviewing any witness statements?
No, I was not given those.
So from what you said about emails, I gather that most of that kind of stuff came from the defense attorneys.
Potentially. My understanding is that a police report was never turned over as discovery. I definitely don't have it in my list.
Okay. You've listed and discussed with us your professional background,
Yes.
your work employee. You were the Rhode Island deputy or assistant medical examiner till 21,
Yes.
August 21. Why'd you leave there?
Do you want to know? My mom had a massive stroke.
Oh, okay.
So please,
I'm
I'd
sorry.
rather not get upset. Yeah.
No, don't do that. And you started your Anchor, I believe is the name of your company,
Yes.
in 16.
Yes.
Oof.
But you're still a contract medical examiner for 2 jurisdictions, and then sometimes Vegas as well.
Oof.
Yep.
Oof.
So Maine,
Oof.
New Hampshire.
She's like, yeah, let's
It's
not
very
do that.
sporadic. So like, it's
Apparently, he didn't know the answer to that question. What was he thinking, that she was going to get like not doing her job correctly? And I don't know. Jeez, that was tough. She instantly had sadness and anger, like, whew, straight to her face.
So we are less than 500 medical examiners board certified in the country. So there's unfortunately many more needs than active bodies. So sometimes we're shared, you help out when you need, when they need, they'll call, but that's variable. I'm also looking to try to get closer to home. My family needs really require that.
Sure.
And that 3-year interval that you're speaking of is when I took care of my disabled mother at home. So I had a 6-year-old. And so the family needs really pulled me away from being on call 24/7, usually once every 2 to 3 weeks a month. So it gets very busy very quickly, including having to give my 3-month-old to my husband to go to a homicide scene.
Right,
So
Michelle?
you can imagine that that's not necessarily conducive to having, also during COVID. Yeah. So, it sort of became too much. And so I decided to
True,
step
Miss
away for
King.
personal reasons.
You've indicated you don't know the number of autopsies, and you've done them for years. So
Yes,
that's
yes.
fair. But can you maybe, let's take 2024. Do you
Okay.
know the number you did that year?
I don't, because I was practicing in various areas, but I also do private autopsies. We didn't really get into my full structure of my business as it stands now. So I do this kind of work, which is called expert witness work. I do advise, I interpret autopsies. I do that for lawyers and families. Sometimes they just want to know why their loved one died and they pay for my expertise. Secondly, I also run a private autopsy business. There's not enough, again, forensic pathologists. Just because you die doesn't mean you get an autopsy. And so autopsies, I would say medical autopsies, the ones that are not done by a medical examiner office or coroner, whatever the structure may be, because those offices are very heavily inundated with cases that need the legal oversight. I'm hired by families. I've been getting queries every week for private autopsy. So I do those really frequently. And then I also teach. So it's my time is spent, and it's not like I can predict who's going to call me, who's going to, and I don't recall how many I've done, but I do private autopsies at least 2 to 4 a month.
2 to 4 a month. And then, well, that's why I'm trying to get a handle on how many autopsies you did in 24.
I can give you an accurate answer.
Like 300 or less than that?
Probably less than that.
Pardon?
Less than that, probably.
What?
Yeah.
200?
I don't know. Possibly, because between locums and everything else, yeah.
Okay. You ever heard of an outfit called the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, name.
Okay. And are you a member?
Yes.
Do you know what their accreditation standards require in terms of to be, lack of a better word, current or accredited?
I don't.
Okay. You've written a bunch of stuff, a bunch of papers.
Yes.
None of them had anything to do with insulin, did they? Unless
No.
you've written some since 23.
No, I have not.
So you've done no research on insulin as a potential murder weapon or cause of death or anything like that.
I mean, I've performed insulin levels at an autopsy level, but from a research standpoint or publishing on it, I have not done that.
Okay. And you've been on TV a lot, and you've done a lot of presentations
Yes.
to national and international organizations. None of those concern insulin either, do you?
No, they do not.
Have you ever been retained in a high-profile case for an insulin investigation?
No,
This is your first one.
correct.
Um,
As far as I'm aware, they're also exceedingly rare cases, but yes,
yeah, they are very rare.
yes.
Based upon what you know, wouldn't it be fair to say insulin is almost the perfect weapon if you wanted to kill somebody? It's
I've
pretty
never
close,
tried,
isn't it?
and I've never thought of it as a murder weapon. I know it can be administered in fatal levels, and that's in the differential that we went through of hypoglycemia. I never said it wasn't in the differential.
But that's what I'm trying to get at with you, and you can help us out here.
Sure.
If you wanted to kill somebody, and
I
you
personally
wanted to,
never
no,
wanted
no,
to
no,
kill
I-
anybody.
that's kind of the generic.
Okay, my life work is figuring out what happened.
Not the good kind. But if you wanted to,
Okay.
it's very, very difficult to detect for a lot of reasons. For instance, you had mentioned a number of tests that could have been done at Raleigh General Hospital to determine insulin level, and they didn't. And once they start treatment, it's too late, isn't it?
Yes.
So in fairness to the emergency room people, somebody comes in with a blood glucose of 21, the natural reaction would be to raise that up by giving them sugar, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But once that happens, no testing is going to help out.
Sure.
And that's what makes insulin such an insidious drug to use. If not you,
That characterization, insulin's used for many, many, many purposes, and the characterization is insidious. I objected.
Overruled.
you may answer. Go ahead, doctor.
I'm sorry. Can you just restate?
Sure.
There's a little bit of back and forth there,
Sure. If you wanted to kill somebody,
which I
using-
personally do not.
which
For
not
the
you.
record, do
I
not.
keep saying you, but please exclude that
Okay.
as directed to you. It's kind of the
Generic. Okay.
Yeah. It would be a great weapon to use and not get caught with it.
It's a hypothetical, honey. Hypothetical. We know you don't want to ixnay anybody, okay? We know that.
I think you could use it. I'm not qualifying it as a weapon of. Yeah.
All right. If you wanted to kill somebody with insulin, we're not going to use it as a weapon. That would be a very effective way to do it because it's so hard to determine that that's the cause, isn't it?
So from a detection standpoint, if I'm judging it, okay, I'm not talking about the administration and all that. Yes, it's quite difficult. It's a large molecule. It can degrade. You have to suspect it. So it can be challenging to detect. Absolutely.
As understatements go, challenging would be a good way to put it.
Okay.
It's very tough to do.
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the Clarksburg VA cases?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is my one and only foray into West
Got it.
Virginia.
Oh, well, yeah.
And
I
I'm
understand.
not particularly a nature person, so I don't think I'm like out here otherwise.
You're a city girl.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. If I could have defendants 12, please.
The chart's right there.
That's 10.
Oh, 12 is my report.
It is.
I think she may.
Yeah, I have the formal copy if you need it.
You, okay.
Yeah.
Let me borrow that from you, please, Doc. Parker, let's just go through some of the opinion and supporting facts. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
A brief history is that Michael Cochran was 38 years old with possible history of seizure.
Yes.
That's all it is possible. You didn't have anything affirmative in the medical records that said this guy has seizures.
He had a prior episode.
Episodes, but did they say he had a seizure disorder, or did they just say he has seizures, or we don't know, suspected?
Right. It was one episode, and I don't know that it was worked up further. So I noted the history of, they said possible seizure disorder, I think resulting from that episode that he had. So that's how I stated it.
Is a possible seizure the same thing as a diagnosis of
No,
seizures?
no.
Okay. And the same thing with the possible brain mass. That's not the same thing as here's a brain mass. is it?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I think what they were lending it, and this is directly extracted from the medical records that I reviewed, that they were trying to see if he had a brain mass as a cause of that seizure, adult onset seizure.
And nobody ever found out.
Not that I'm aware of.
Complained of dizziness and basically fainting. Who did he complain to?
I don't recall.
Okay. He later fell to the floor and was unarousable by his wife. Where did that information come from?
Again, this is within all the materials given to me. I couldn't cite a page number or anything like that.
Okay. She, being the defendant, drove him to the ED. That's the emergency department at Raleigh General?
Correct.
Okay. And he had vomited. You list some other things. You don't put in there that his blood glucose was 21 at this point in your report.
It's 2 paragraphs down. If you see it, it's
Right.
not far because it's still within the background.
It is.
Okay, so I don't really get into the labs until later. So it's all with its partners, all the laboratory results I talk about.
Okay. Investigation showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine. Who did the investigation?
I don't know. There was some report of that.
And it was in the form of a positive urine screen, right?
Well, that's there too.
Okay.
Yes,
But
definitely.
the investigation that showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine, there really wasn't any investigation that you know of, was there?
I can't cite a specific. I don't have the police report either. It was never provided.
Same thing with the anabolic steroids. That's just something somebody reported to somebody else.
Well, yes, and any potential history that is reported by whoever is still important, and that's why I note it. You can't just you take it at face value.
Okay. You note his longstanding use of pseudoephedrine. Was that Sudafed? Is that
That's a brand name in medical school. We're always taught to do the generic, and pseudoephedrine is how it's documented in that West Virginia state report as well.
Okay. But I mean, that if that's what he thought he was taking, Sudafed, that would just be a name brand of the stuff you're
So
talking
he
about?
was prescribed it. I don't know where it was tracked. So I don't know if that's tracked by a pharmacy. I don't know exactly how the states run, but it had months and months of use documented.
Okay. Back before you started working with dead people, you were doing other doctor stuff, right?
Correct. So I always tell people that I did a year of training to know what it's like to treat living people.
Okay. And had you did a rotation in the ER or ED?
So let me backtrack. So
Go ahead.
my only experience in the ER or ED, we sort of use that interchangeably, is through medical school. My preliminary year that you're referring to, so that means similar to Dr. Halsey, the first year of internal medicine training is what I did at UPenn. So I graduated medical school and did that. I did not have any other emergency room training as a part of that internship. Okay, we would go and get patients. They would get worked up in the ER and then admitted to internal medicine, where I could be their intern, their first doctor, their junior doctor. But I never represent myself to be an ER expert or ER physician.
If one of those patients had presented to you from the ER with a blood glucose of 21, that would have gotten your attention, wouldn't it?
I sure hope so,
Yeah. How come?
because it's low.
Very low.
Correct. And I'm hoping the ER wouldn't send someone to me up to the floor. I hope they would take care of that. That's it, to me, what an emergency room should do.
In your history of this case, were you told that at one point the defendant made the claim that this Michael Cochran hit his head so hard that he chipped a stone countertop?
I don't know that. I just know that when I read through the medical records, there was a documentation of a fall with possible head trauma. He had a CAT scan done and there was no internal head trauma. As far as I know, there was nothing like a bump or bruise notated in the medical records. That's really what I'm relying on to make my assessment, because obviously histories can vary, as we've discussed. And so I rely more on the medical history and the medical notations made.
Had he hit his head hard enough to cause damage to a stone countertop, you'd expect to find something, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, find something where?
Damage through a CT scan, visible bruising, visible cuts, that kind of
Right.
stuff.
So I think the method of detection depends on the answer. So whether it's a physical exam, like a bump or a bruise or laceration, yes. Hard falls, as surprising as it is, don't always yield internal injury. So even at autopsy, we see that people who don't catch their falls, they might have a laceration, but they may not have anything internally. And that's why the CAT scan is done. You can have a bump or bruise on the outside. You really need to make sure what's going on the inside. And per my recollection, his CT scan was completely normal.
And from all accounts of both medical and non-medical people, there was no external evidence of trauma.
Not that I saw noted.
Okay. There is a text from the
I mean, to be fair, if you fall hard enough to chip a countertop, I would expect there to be something visible on the outside of the body. Wouldn't you? I mean, they said stone or marble countertop.
defendant saying that Michael's been asleep since before 9:34 in the morning. There's no evidence after that that he ever regained consciousness. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that when he allegedly hit his head so hard that he chipped this or broke this countertop, that instead of calling 911, she called 2 construction guys who carried him from the kitchen floor to the couch? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that she left him lay on the couch until he urinated himself sometime in the afternoon, about 3 or 4 o'clock?
No,
Were you aware that even after that, she didn't take any steps to get him medical care until she showed up at Raleigh General Hospital many hours later?
I don't have a detail of what happened prior. I just know what happened starting at the hospital presentation.
Okay. If this is a mischaracterization, tell me. But it sounds like you're pretty dismissive
Wow,
of the
Michelle.
opinions of Doctors Krieger and Uribe.
I mean, Dr. Krieger's really a clinician. And I think as Dr. Dragovich said, she's not really an expert in classifying cause or manner of death. So I am not here to refute. I don't know honestly, I don't remember a lot of her testimony because it was outside the area of my expertise. I think Dr. Uribe has potentially overstepped. I have a different professional opinion, which I also answered with Mr. Selden, that I think it's the cause and manner of death should both be undetermined based on the condition of the body and what can and cannot be collected from the body or what was, excuse me.
And that's strictly based on the 2 autopsies?
No, and the medical records as well.
Well, you had the benefit of the MRI report from CAMC from February 8th.
Yeah, I know, Miss King.
2019.
Especially if he
It's
was
probably
out
either
right there and
yesterday,
urinated on himself.
that's
That's
after his initial presentation. So assuming it's there, I don't have it memorized.
No, I understand that, but it showed that massive
I don't know.
brain swelling, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yes. There was cerebral edema.
Yeah. But you're not willing to say that you think that caused his death?
So I think if we get into it, cerebral edema is significant, but there's many routes that lead to cerebral edema. Drug overdose is one. Hypoglycemia could be one. But I can't just look at medical records to make a cause of death. That's what the autopsy is there for, okay? So we don't practice in a black box. We always consider the circumstances. We consider whatever records we have made available. But the autopsy is the gold standard, okay? That's where I'm looking at the condition of the body, the organs, and the main data that I take to synthesize my cause and manner of death, along with ancillary studies such as toxicology. So I am here as a forensic pathologist to opine on what I think his cause and manner of death is. And I really can't tell you what that is. His body's too decomposed. And in our field, it is acceptable to use undetermined as a cause of death and undetermined as a manner of death.
It is, but it's also the option of the forensic pathologist to state a determination of what they believe the cause and manner of death was.
They're professional opinions.
They are. The defense has kind of tossed this out here that there were these sinister sounding purchases from Mexico. Where's stage 2? Oh, very funny, Miss Smarty Pants. It's not here. It's the FBI report. Or is that? No, I'm sorry. That's 17, isn't it? Never mind. 17. Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification, it actually entered into evidence as state 17. Take a quick look at that, please.
Just to advise, I've not seen this previously.
I understand.
Oh, okay. It's quite detailed. Yes. What would you like me to
Well,
look
just
at?
the conclusions,
Oh,
the
sorry.
testing.
Where is this? Results or the interpretation? There's quite, which one?
Yeah, could I have that back?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. take a look at item 3.
Can I just read it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Take time.
Item 3 was a bottle marked in part as quote enclomiphene citrate containing a clear, colorless liquid. It goes on to state it was containing glycerol and letrozole, and clomiphene was not identified.
So the mysterious and sinister sounding Mexican purchased drugs were not what they were purported to be.
It was a different one.
Yeah, it was a different one. Not the same thing at all, is
Your
it?
Honor, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. We don't know what these substances were. They weren't actually clarified. They weren't stated. They're just unknown substances.
Overall.
It's the FBI report. I think it's a known substance. Wouldn't you agree with that, doctor?
I'm just reading what they reported.
Right. But you have no reason to question the FBI lab results, do you?
I'm taking it at face value.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the FBI report. I'm objecting to the so-called Mexican substances, which were never documented. We don't know what they were.
Oh, the state would agree with that. They were never documented.
I understand the objection is overruled. I'll preserve your exception.
This is a text from the defendant. And I call your attention to this part. Mike was so mad this evening.
Bueller. He did. He just got owned, right? And then he tried it again. And he's like, that was pretty cute. Did you hear the prosecutor call the court report or the secretary, the whatever her job title is? He called her smarty pants a while ago. Did you guys hear that? I kind of giggled a little bit.
Able to go today, he had to take 2 of my blood pressure pills. Did you see any evidence from the medical records of a blood pressure pill in Michael Cochran's system?
I'm sorry, let's clarify. In his system, like a postmortem
Do you have
toxicology?
any medical records that say he had taken 2 blood pressure pills?
I don't have any data to support
No.
that. Okay.
You don't.
And no toxicology.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, the defendant affirms that taken 2 of her blood pressure pills. And you don't know, medically, there's no evidence of that one way or the other. Right?
Okay, I'm not sure how this leads back to my cause and manner of death.
We're
but-
going to get
Okay.
there. Bear with me. We're right on the doorstep.
Okay.
At 1:02, this picture goes out, and the defendant says that she checked his blood glucose, and it was 145. Can you read that?
No.
Oh,
Says
there you
it's-
go.
Okay.
Now you can read
Yeah.
it. That's my fault.
Okay. And it's a lot hazier on my screen as well, but yes, it's just a listing of some vital signs and a blood glucose of 145.
And that's at 105, 106,
I
102.
have no idea the timestamps cut off.
Well, here's another one
Okay.
to a different person.
Okay, yeah. That says a timestamp of 106.
Okay. Bear that time and that number in mind, please.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
At 6:30, the defendant says blood sugar 115.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's what it says in the text message.
We can either use defendant's 10 or we'll just use the same chart from
Oh,
your.
sure. Okay.
Okay. You were not told about those 2 blood glucose level measurements until today. Is that right?
Correct.
The very top of your chart, you base your chart on the assumption that an alleged event occurred at approximately 12 o'clock.
Correct.
The alleged event was what?
That's when he fainted and due to possible exogenous insulin administration.
Would the 2 readings that she claims she got, would that be consistent with a 12 o'clock on a non-diabetic injection?
It could, because I don't know what all is in his system. Obviously, there's some drugs that are not the correct ones. And I have no way of assessing what was in his system. My understanding is he used multiple supplements that are not regulated by the FDA. And, I don't know. And so whether they're foreign, domestic, et cetera, I have no idea what any medication's effects would be on him, his blood glucose, his other vitals, et cetera.
Well, those are all unknowns, and those are fair points. But we do have a known. When he got to Raleigh General 2 hours later, his blood glucose was 21, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in theory, it dropped from 115 to 21 in a couple hours.
Okay.
Now, doctor, you are not expected to be familiar with Raleigh County geography, but I'm going to ask you to assume that this is true.
Okay.
From the defendant's residence on 4H Lake Road to Raleigh General Hospital would be approximately a 30-minute trip. Accept that for the moment, okay? On February 6th of 2019 at 7:30 in the evening, it would be dark, correct?
In this, well, it's February, so right, still winter time. Yes, relatively so. Yes, I would say shorter days.
Now, in your information coming to you was that this defendant drove her husband to the ER.
That's right.
In fact, his best friend drove him to the ER.
Sure.
He was laid out in the back of the SUV, and she was with him. Those are the only 3 people in the vehicle.
Okay.
It's night. It's 7:30 or so, and by the time they get to Raleigh General Hospital, his blood glucose is 21.
Yes.
Does your chart or does your report in any way negate the possibility that he received more than one injection of insulin, or 2 when he got it? You don't know.
That chart is solely based on those assumptions as stated. Okay.
Fair
so
enough.
I haven't made other charts based on other scenarios.
Right.
It's all it's that approximation, and anything else would be a chart based on another hypothetical situation.
Based upon your research into Humalog, it would kick in how many minutes? 5 to 25 minutes?
I had 10 to 15, but sure.
10 to 15 minutes?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So that's when the Humalog would be effective.
So what I read, just to restate clearly, is that you administer it 10 to 15 minutes later, it sort of gets into the system and starts acting. It peaks at 1 hour and can last anywhere from 4 to 6 hours.
And the effect of that would be to bring down the blood glucose level, correct?
That's what insulin does, yes.
Doctor, you on the last portion of your report, you say, I am relying on information you have provided me at the present time. Thus, my opinions are preliminary, may change if other information is offered for me to review. And you reserve the right to change your.
Absolutely.
Since you were not provided with blood glucose readings in the afternoon or the early evening, you were not provided with the circumstances under which the the victim or Mr. Cochran got to the hospital. That's all new information to you today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that the defendant is a trained pharmacist?
I was told that, but I don't know her qualifications.
Okay. Are you aware that she held herself out to be a specialist in diabetes?
I did not know that.
Wouldn't you agree with me that someone with that kind of background and training would be well acquainted with the impact of insulin?
I don't have any way to judge that. I assume so. If she has those qualifications, even as a medical student, I was aware of insulin, and I'm sure parents who have, or other people who deal with diabetes know how insulin works, but I haven't judged her on her qualifications or discussed it with her.
Right. But just as kind of a generic matter, somebody that's a pharmacist and an insulin specialist would certainly be well acquainted with insulin and how it affects the human body.
Correct. If those first two statements are true, then the conclusion would be that he or she should know how insulin works.
Right. Doctor, you've been presented with a bunch of new information today. Has any of that caused you to change or alter your opinion?
No, it has not.
Thank you, doctor.
Redirect Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Dr. Banerjee, since the prosecutor has brought it up about other cases, what famous cases have you worked on before?
I don't know what's famous per se, but
Well known, a
well,
lot
you
of
get,
notoriety, a lot
I
of
mean,
press coverage.
yeah, it's hard for me to distinguish in the sense that some of them I consult on and some of them I cover as an expert in the media. Personally, I feel very proud. I know I worked on Breonna Taylor's case for the civil suit.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Could you
Breonna
please speak
Taylor.
up a
She was
little bit or
she was a
get
shooting
closer?
victim. So that was an important interpretation. I worked with an attorney on that case.
Mhm.
I don't want to say more about it, but I cover, so my work as an assistant medical examiner was dealing with deaths within the state of Rhode Island. One of my cases was made into a forensic files that I was interviewed for, and it's also an A&E show. So I don't know if that's famous, but it's been on TV. My specific work on those cases, it was solving actually a very decomposed person solving that murder. So that's one way, I guess you can say, famous. I work on a litany of cases, and it was asked how I was contacted. It's whoever decides to contact me. And then I also do commentary or whatnot, and I'm presented with very, I would say, more known information where I'm not the primary autopsy pathologist. Okay. And then everything in between, right? When I do legal consulting, I'm given privileged information, right? So I say retained, meaning that I'm allowed to work with the attorneys and get medical records or private information and then give my opinion on the case.
Okay. Now the prosecutor went to great lengths to talk about insulin as a perfect murder weapon, unquote.
Definitely his words, not mine. Yes.
I'm going to clarify
Okay.
that. Now, insulin is not a perfect murder weapon because it can be detected when someone's admitted to the hospital, right? There are tests to detect it then, right?
Tests exist, they can be done.
Right. And even after death, post-mortem, there are tests to test for insulin in the tissues, in the fluids, etc., right?
It's possible. Yes, the body has to be much more intact, so it'd be soon after death, but it can be done.
Right. If you were told that Michael Cochran's body was not cremated, wouldn't any signs of insulin that you could trace or find out about postmortem be destroyed by cremation?
I mean, the whole body is destroyed with cremation, so that's
Right. And,
a very
And-
one-directional process, if you will.
okay. And if someone was trying to hide a murder by insulin, wouldn't it be wise to cremate the body?
I think that's speculation. I have no opinion on the matter at this point. I mean, cremation turns the body into ash. It's a high temperature process.
And you couldn't test that body for anything if it's turned to ash postmortem. right?
Correct, correct.
Now, were you aware in the medical records that Michael Cochran had a seizure event in October 31st of 2018 through about the first week or two of November 2018?
I'll believe the dates, but I know it was like the year before. That's where that seizure event happened and where this possible brain mass was suggested.
And that's well documented in the records, isn't it?
That was solely extracted from the records.
Right.
I just use those facts.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran was subsequently referred to a Dr. Melanie Ward, who prescribed for him anti-seizure medication?
I'm not aware.
If that doctor prescribed anti-seizure medication, that would suggest he had seizures, right?
I know he had that seizure. I don't know about subsequent seizures.
And there was talk about Michael Cochran's blood glucose level being 21 when he arrived at the emergency room in the hospital. If that occurred, if his blood glucose level was 21 when he gets to the emergency room, they treat that, don't they? They try and raise the blood glucose level by administering glucagon or dextrose or D50, right?
So I'm not an emergency room provider, but in him, he got a vial of D50, which is high concentration dextrose solution, to try to give him a dose of sugar, a high dose of sugar.
And D50 does normally raise the blood glucose levels, right?
Yes, it's supposed to,
Okay.
yes.
Now, perhaps Dr. Dragovich would have better addressed this question, but if someone has a head injury, like is alleged in this matter, fall, hit their head on the counter, pass out, fall to the floor, you don't always have an external sign on the head of any kind of concussion, right? And I'll give you an example. There are many examples of, like, football players who sustain a concussion while playing. There's no external signs of it. And later on, it surfaces that they indeed had a concussion that causes brain problems. You aware of that?
I don't feel comfortable commenting on that. I can talk to you about postmortem diagnosis of what I've seen in brains with and without a concussion history. About the clinical presentation of concussion, I don't diagnose concussion. I do watch a lot of football. So
And you're a Buffalo Bills fan, right?
no,
No.
I'm a Ravens fan.
Oh, okay.
That's on the record. And so I'm very sad about the Super Bowl. Nonetheless, sorry.
That's all right.
I was up late watching, but yes. Where was I? I don't clinically make any assessment of concussions. If it's noted in the history, just like if a seizure is noted in the history, that would be a significant history. But a concussion brain, even at autopsy, can look completely normal, which is always something that surprised me because it can be a significant impact leading, that the person sustained previously. And there can be microscopic signs, again, getting into wider diagnosis and issues. But nothing is also always present or always absent. So nothing in medicine is 100%.
Right, Patricia. I like it too because it makes them less,
Your chart.
less stone cold and robotic. You know what I mean? Non-feeling.
By the way, is still on the viewer.
Oh, it is. Well, partially, yes.
Those numbers are strictly from medical records that you reviewed. Is that right?
So I want to do one thing. So the date, the glucose were extracted data points. Okay. I used a time calculator to then calculate the interval. So it's not like the medical records had that, time since 12 o'clock. And then I did an interpretation based on the medically available activity of ListPro to say whether it would have been based on that time calculation, whether it would have been in the body. That's exactly how that chart was formed.
But what I'm getting at is you weren't provided emails. You don't know about statements of other people, blood glucose levels at various times during the day, unless they were documented in the medical records.
Correct. I showed you the sources and I told you the sources of which I relied on to form my opinion.
A moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, Michael Cochran was definitely diagnosed with an enlarged heart, and he had that condition, which is well documented. Isn't that correct?
I think there was suggestion of it in the medical records. It's well documented at autopsy. That's the most important finding.
Okay. Now, wouldn't an enlarged heart on autopsy support the proposition that Michael had high blood pressure?
So it's not necessarily a diagnosis of hypertension, which is what we in lay terms call high blood pressure. I think that is like a genetic disease, which runs in my family as well, and many families, and is a common ailment. However, if you use medicines that relatively raise blood pressure and use them for a long time, they can have the same effect on the heart as having high blood pressure. Does that make sense? It's not high blood pressure in the hypertension diagnosis sense. It's a sequela of using a stimulant like the pseudoephedrine, which is a stimulant, and that acts to tighten the blood vessels, which then would raise your blood pressure. So if you do that long enough, that could cause that enlargement of the heart.
Okay. Now, if someone like Michael Cochran had high blood pressure, but they were attempting to hide it from their doctors.
Wait a minute. This is way out of line.
Sustained.
Okay. You have no concept of the geography in and around Beckley, correct?
No, sir. I walked half a block at lunch. That's about it.
So if the address of Michael and Natalie Cochran were on
All
484
right.
Road and it's
Michelle,
only
have a good night,
7
honey.
miles to Raleigh General Hospital.
See you
Did you
tomorrow.
accept the prosecutor's proposition that it took
Thanks for joining
30
today.
minutes to get there?
I
Does that
have,
sound reasonable?
I have no way to say
Okay.
one way or the other.
All right. I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any further questions, Mr. Truman?
The defense brought up about Dr. Dragovich, and the two of you seem to be a little bit apart on this. He indicated that cancerous tumors are tougher, for lack of a better word. You were here, you heard what he
Oh,
said.
yes, yes.
There was never a finding of a pancreatic tumor, was there?
So let me break that down in two parts. One is there in the medical records, there was no documentation, okay? In the autopsy, you could see by the condition of the body that even at the first autopsy that I'm saying, the pancreas does something called autolysis. It eats itself due to the enzymes. And even with which is sort of like dissolving it with acid, if you will, right? It like sort of disintegrates. And so even a tougher tumor, which I don't know that information, he offered that, but now to comment on that, it would still be susceptible to complete degradation by the time the first autopsy was done.
I guess the answer to my question is no. There was never a pancreatic tumor found in Michael Cox.
So I can't agree to that because.
There was one found?
Please let me explain.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I'm here to do. One is in the medical records, there wasn't.
Oh,
Okay. I think a decomposed body, you cannot conclude
yikes.
whether
It's a
one
little
was or was not there.
snarky.
That is a limitation. So, right, it is handicapped. So I cannot accurately say if the organ's not there or so in poor shape to evaluate, I'm limited by that to say whether a tumor had been there.
That's not what I'm asking. The question is, there was no tumor found in his pancreas, was it? Not
By
why.
who? By who?
Kubitschek.
Dr. Kubitschek did not find one.
Okay. Do forensic pathologists rely solely on what they find in the dead body?
No.
They
So
don't.
if I can explain that,
Sure.
yeah, that we don't practice in a black box, okay? But I think, again, the autopsy is a gold standard. That is the collection of data that's collecting as much evidence, and we have a unique perspective, right? No one else is doing the dissection or collecting that data, like where Dr. Krieger is not qualified to comment on cause and manner of death. With that being said, you still take the investigation into, or the circumstances surrounding death into play. But there are so many unknowns here that undetermined cause and manner are appropriate.
Right. Would an enlarged heart in and of itself cause hypoglycemia?
No, but if he has an arrhythmia and then starts getting dysregulated, he could have hypoglycemia.
And that would just happen within minutes, hours?
I couldn't say.
Okay. And would an enlarged heart cause a blood glucose level of 21?
Again, it's not a direct cause. If he becomes dysregulated, if his body's shutting down, that could happen.
And that would take how long?
I don't know. We're all different.
Okay. Doctor, thank you. That's
Yes.
all the questions the state has.
Anything, Mr. Selvin?
Very shortly. Doctor, the pancreas, which is responsible for insulin production in the body, is an internal organ of the body, right?
One of the major organs
Okay.
that I look at every case. Yes, we all have one.
And isn't it true when the body begins to decompose after death,
Yes.
that the internal organs like the pancreas, are the first to decompose,
So,
as opposed to the skin,
okay.
the hair, the bones.
So everything starts decomposing, some at different, like faster faster rates than others. I mean, if we look at everything at the microscopic level, once the person is deceased, not getting oxygen, everything is disintegrating. We're no longer living. We're not getting the nourishment. Okay. But I would say the GI tract, meaning your like the tube, the stomach, your esophagus, stomach, pancreas, etc., gallbladder, those are very sensitive organs full of enzymes and bacteria that normally live there and are contained, but upon death are released or penetrate through to first decompose these structures. And they're very susceptible to decomposition.
Okay. And after a body has been decomposing after death, and it's 7 months before an autopsy is done, you could not tell whether there were microscopic pancreatic tumors because of the state of decomposition. Isn't that true?
This was a moderate state of decomposition with insect activity, which would limit analysis of all organs, especially the pancreas.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
That's for the fun to stay, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down. You are excused. Come up, please. Members of the jury, we've gone a little bit late today. We wanted to get that witness in, certainly, and this is a good stopping point. I have to deal with the attorneys concerning some legal matters that would be boring to you folks. And so I will deal with them in the morning rather than have you sitting in your jury room and wasting time cooling your heels. I'm going to ask you to come in at 10 o'clock in the morning. I hate to vary the time because when doctors change my appointments, I usually screw up and don't go in at the right time. But this will give you some additional time to sleep in a little bit and to rest up a little bit. And don't come in at 9, but be sure to come in at 10 o'clock. Are we straight on that? And again, the reason for that is I will be here at 9 o'clock. The attorneys and the defendant will be here at 9 o'clock, and we're going to work on some things and streamline the proceedings for you. Please do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not talk to yourselves, each other about the case. We are first junction. When it before so that I can court. All right, I have to clear the courtroom again briefly as I did before so that I can advise the defendant further concerning her right to testify, the so-called Newman procedure. And so I'll ask everyone to step out, and you can come back if you wish, although we are very close to the
You know,
close
I
of the
heard
day.
that she was actually going to testify. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard last week. I forgot all about that. I wonder if she still plans to. I wonder. I'm scooching through, see if they come back.
Testify
Okay.
that, I can announce.
All right, let's see what they say.
All right, I can announce on the record, out of the presence of the jury, that the defendant has now elected not to testify
Not to.
in her own behalf. I further understand from our conversations at the bench that the defense.
So he said now has decided not to. So that tells me she had originally planned to. So she's changed her mind.
Will rest. I'm not trying to pin down the state at all, and you don't have to tell me at this juncture, but do you believe, Mr. Truman, that there will be a case in rebuttal on behalf of the state?
I would guess between the state, well, it depends on who does the cross for the defense, but that witness total time, I would not think would exceed 45 minutes to an hour.
All right,
I'm not
so
sure.
fairly lengthy.
Well, that would be, trying to project the most time I can think. Yeah, it probably shouldn't take that long, but I don't know.
Okay. And depending on what happens tomorrow in terms of the state's case in rebuttal, the defense may have additional witnesses to call.
All right. May I have a second?
And Judge, I'll tell you, it's total defense. State never really had the opportunity to interview the two children that testified, who are now an adult and a near adult. So we were going to have Investigator Heinzman testify in rebuttal to things that they said.
Okay. All right. I want to get a leg up on the process, so I'll need for you all to come in at 9 o'clock so we can talk about instructions. I need for you all to review the charge that I have sent to everybody. I hope everybody has received it. There are two things missing. Obviously, when we prepared the charge, we thought that the defendant would testify based upon her earlier inclination. And so I did not have an instruction to advise the jury about her right not to testify. And further, I noticed this morning that I don't have an instruction concerning expert witnesses. And the reason I don't is because I took this charge from the last case that I did, and we didn't have any experts. And so I took it out of the charge, and I'll put it back in. That's the way judges operate. So I will add those, and I will expect to have a fresh set of a charge for you in the morning. And what I have done is simply to include all the state's instructions and all the defense instructions. I've mixed them up a little bit, and there were a couple of them that I changed around, and I put her instead of him, and I did some other things to tailor the instructions for our particular case, but basically within the body a kick out, and we may leave it as is, but we will go through it page by page or instruction by instruction and see what we have. And so if that it flies, we'll need a verdict form that reflects that possibility.
We will effort that.
Okay. Anything else before we close out the day?
Enough from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court is adjourned.
All right, so we'll be back in the morning. I'd say they'll get through the rebuttal stuff tomorrow. And then on to their closings, I'm assuming. So maybe on verdict watch tomorrow or the next day. What say you guys? Hi, kiddo. Hi, you little kiddo. All right, you guys, I'm going to get on out of here. And, yeah, but I'll be back tomorrow morning. Probably about the same time, maybe a little bit later. I don't know, because he said that the jury wouldn't be in there till 10. So, yeah, maybe a little bit later. I hope you guys have a good day, good rest of your evening. Thanks for joining me tonight. I appreciate it. As always. Right, kiddo? Yep. Please hit the thumbs up before you head on out, and subscribe if you're new, and make sure to click the notification bell. If you're watching this later on the replay, make sure to put a hashtag replay in the comments down below. All right. Yeah, stay warm and cozy. I know. All right. Love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Kiddo says bye too.